Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. Seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. The phone buzzed at 4:04 in the morning. I answered on the second ring. Force of habit. 7 years running roadside assistance solo, you learn to pick up fast. Webs towing, breathing. Shallow and wet like someone trying to speak through frost. Hello, I shifted in the driver's seat, my back cracking. The dashboard glow made everything feel smaller, closer. I froze to death, the voice whispered. Male, shaking. January 9th, 2018. My hand tightened around the phone. Prank call had to be. Sir, if you need, mile marker 34. The words came faster now, desperate. I waited, but nobody came. I looked out the windshield. Pine trees pressed in on both sides of Route 17, black shapes against a blacker sky. The mile marker reflected in my headlights. 34. I'd parked here to sleep. Coincidence. Just coincidence. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't know who, please. His breath rattled. It's so cold. The line went dead. My rearview mirror caught my eye. 2 headlights glowed behind me, maybe 50 yards back. High beams, unmoving. I twisted in my seat to look through the rear window. Nothing. Empty highway, darkness. But when I glanced back at the mirror, the headlights were still there. Closer now, 40 yards. What would you do? My radio crackled to life, static, then words cutting through like ice. I can see your truck. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath. Then, oh God. Then the back door handle began to turn. My mind raced back to 6 nights earlier when it all started. The phone rang at 4:04 in the morning. I remember because the clock on my dash had just clicked over. That specific minute when the world feels most abandoned. I'd been parked behind a shuttered gas station off Route 17. Sleeping bag bunched against the passenger door. Coffee gone cold in the cup holder. Oil slick rainbows floating on the surface. Have you ever been so alone that even your own breathing sounds too loud? I answered on the third ring. Roadside assistance. Static crackled. Then a voice, thin and desperate. I need help. My car broke down. Mile marker 34. I sat up, rubbed my eyes. How long you been waiting? Too long. It's so cold. The line went dead. I drove there. 20 minutes through empty darkness, pine trees pressing close on both sides. The highway stretched out like a grave. When I reached mile marker 34, I slowed, flipped on my spots. Nothing. No car, no tire tracks, no person shivering in the ditch. I radioed in. Wrong location, probably. Prank call. Drunk kid with nothing better to do. But the smell lingered in my cab. Something sharp and metallic like winter air forced through a heating vent. The next night, 4:04 again, the phone rang. Same voice, same location, same desperation. Please, I'm still here, mile marker 34. I went, found nothing. The third night I didn't answer. The phone rang anyway, 14 times. On the fourth night, I picked up just to tell him to stop. He spoke before I could. "Why won't you come? I can see your truck right now." But I was parked 30 miles away, wasn't I? I drove to mile marker 34 at noon. Daylight made cowards brave. Or so I told myself. The June sun hammered down on the asphalt, heat shimmering off the road in waves. Pine trees lined both sides, their shadows short and sharp. I pulled onto the shoulder where I'd stopped 4 times in 4 nights, finding nothing. But this time I saw them. Tire tracks, not fresh. Deep grooves pressed into the asphalt itself, as if the weight of a vehicle had melted through the surface. I stepped out of my truck, the heat hitting me like a physical thing. Sweat formed immediately on my neck. The smell of hot pine resin hung thick in the air. I knelt beside the tracks, ran my fingers along the grooves. They were cold. Not cool, cold. Ice cold. In 90-degree heat, the rubber imprints felt like I'd pressed my palm against a freezer door. I jerked my hand back, heart hammering against my ribs. What kind of heat leaves ice behind? The question followed me to the county administration office 20 minutes later. I told the clerk I needed records for mile marker 34, Route 17. Stranded vehicles. She typed with 2 fingers, her computer screen casting a blue glow across her bored expression. How far back? 7 years, I said. My throat felt dry. She scrolled, clicked, scrolled again, then stopped. Oh, here's one. January 9th, 2018. She squinted at the screen. Blue sedan. Driver reported engine failure, requested roadside assistance. Vehicle never recovered. My stomach dropped. Never recovered. Says here the responding unit found the location empty. No car, no driver. She looked up at me. Happens sometimes. People get picked up by friends, forget to call back. What was the driver's name? She hesitated, glanced at the screen again. Daniel Frost. The name settled over me like frost itself, creeping and cold. I thanked her, barely heard my own voice, and walked back to my truck on legs that didn't quite feel attached to my body. Daniel Frost. The same voice that had called me 4 nights running. The same voice that said he could see my truck. The same voice that claimed he froze to death. I drove back to mile marker 34 as the afternoon sun began its slow descent. The shadows stretched longer now, reaching across the road like grasping fingers. I parked in the exact spot where the frozen tire tracks marked the asphalt. I stepped out. The air felt different, heavier. The pine trees stood motionless despite the breeze I could hear rushing through the canopy above. No birds, no insects, just silence pressing against my eardrums. I walked to the edge of the road, into the field where a stranded driver might have wandered looking for signal. Dry grass crunched under my boots. The sun warmed my shoulders. Then I felt it. Cold breath on the back of my neck. Slow, deliberate. The exhale of someone standing directly behind me. I spun around, nothing, just empty field, just shadows and sun. But the cold remained. And something in the stillness told me I wasn't alone anymore. That night the phone rang at 4:04. I knew before I answered. My hand shook as I brought it to my ear. The screen showed no number, just those glowing digits. Please. Daniel Frost's voice cracked through the speaker. Please, you have to bring it to her. Wind howled through the line. a screaming, tearing sound that made my teeth ache. I pulled the phone away, stared at it. Outside my windshield, the pines stood perfectly still. Not a breath of air moved through the summer darkness. "Bring what?" My voice came out hoarse. "My ring, gold band, left hand." He was sobbing now. "Elena, she doesn't know I tried to call." The temperature dropped fast. I watched my breath materialize in front of my face, a gray cloud in the cab's dim light. 20 seconds ago I'd been sweating. Now frost crept across the edges of my windshield, delicate fingers reaching inward. "Where?" I started. The radio erupted. Static blasted through the speakers so loud I flinched. Then voices, dozens of them, overlapping, whispering, all speaking in unison through the crackling white noise. 40.3729. The dial spun on its own. Click, click, click. Stations flipped past, country, talk radio, silence, then locked on pure static again. -74.8152. The numbers burned into my mind. Coordinates had to be, but whose, for what? Daniel's voice cut through. "Find me. Bring it to her, please. I'm so cold." The line went dead. The radio went silent. The frost on my windshield remained, spreading wider. I sat there, breath steaming. Those numbers repeated in my head like a prayer I couldn't stop saying. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew exactly what waited at those coordinates. I found him in the county archives at dawn. Daniel Frost, age 42. The name glowed on the library's ancient computer screen, backlight burning into my tired eyes. My fingers trembled on the mouse. Click. The obituary loaded slowly. One paragraph at a time. Beloved husband to Elena. Devoted father to Lily, age 7. Died January 9th, 2018, after his vehicle broke down on Route 17. Body recovered 3 days later. Hypothermia. 3 days. He'd been out there for 3 days while. What? While I drove past his location. While I slept through shifts, numb and checked out after the divorce. The coffee in my gut turned to acid. I could smell the library's musty carpet, decades of dust and forgotten stories pressing against my lungs. Survived by his loving family. Services held at Pinewood Cemetery. I memorized the address. Closed the browser. The screen went dark, reflecting my face back at me. Hollow eyes, unshaven jaw, a man I barely recognized. Can you live with knowing someone died waiting for you to care? By noon, I stood at his grave. The cemetery stretched empty under brutal July heat. Grasshoppers clicked in the brown weeds. Sweat soaked through my shirt. But Daniel Frost's headstone, oh God, it wore a coat of fresh frost. Thick white crystals that shouldn't exist, not in this weather, not in this world. I crouched beside it, touched the stone. My fingertips went numb instantly, the cold bit down to bone. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so sorry." The air went still. No grasshoppers, no breeze then. Tap, tap, tap from inside my truck. Behind me, against the windshield from the inside. I turned slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. Through the glass I saw nothing, just the steering wheel. The empty cab, but the tapping continued, deliberate, patient, impossibly wrong. And the frost on the headstone began spreading toward my feet. I fled the cemetery with frost still clinging to my boots. That night they appeared, headlights in my rearview mirror. Two pale orbs floating a quarter-mile back, steady as a heartbeat. I was on Route 17 heading north, no other traffic for miles. I pressed the accelerator. The engine roared, 60, 70, 80. The headlights kept pace. I slammed the brakes. Rubber screamed against asphalt. My truck shuddered to a stop, hazards blinking orange into the darkness. The headlights stopped too. Same distance, same position, not gaining, not fading, just there. I threw the truck into reverse, tires smoking as I hurtled backward down the empty highway. The headlights reversed with me, maintaining that impossible fixed distance like we were tethered by invisible wire. My hands shook on the wheel. What would you do? Keep driving or pull over and face whatever was back there? I didn't have the courage to find out. The second night they came earlier, 9 p.m., same stretch of road, same twin lights materializing from nowhere. The third night my mirrors began to fog, not from outside, from within the glass itself, as though something cold pressed against the other side. I wiped at the rear view with my sleeve, but the condensation bloomed from beneath the surface, spreading like frozen breath across the reflection. Through the fog, those headlights gleamed. By the fifth night, I stopped trying to outrun them. They were always there, patient, waiting. The temperature inside my cab dropped until I could see my breath curling white in the dashboard glow. Then came 4:04 in the morning. My phone vibrated before the ringtone sounded. Impossible. The screen lit up, and then the call connected. Daniel's voice cracked through the speaker, small and exhausted and utterly human. I just want to go home. The line went dead. Behind me, the headlights flared bright enough to burn. I stopped running on the sixth night. At 4:03 in the morning, I pulled off Route 17 and let the truck idle at mile marker 34. Engine ticking, headlights off. The temperature gauge read 78 degrees outside, but my breath clouded the air inside the cab. I kept my hands on the wheel and waited. 1 minute. That's all it took. At 4:04 exactly, the back door handle moved. Not a rattle, not wind. A deliberate twist. Metal grinding against metal, the sound sharp enough to make my molars ache. I watched it in the rear-view mirror, chrome lever jerking left, then right, then left again. Something was trying the lock. My throat closed. The pounding started 3 seconds later. Boom, 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 heavy, methodical, fists, or something like fists, hammering the truck bed directly behind my head. The whole cab shook with each impact. I gripped the steering wheel hard enough that my knuckles went white, but I didn't move. Didn't turn around. What would you do? Stay frozen or look? I looked. Frost was spreading across the rear window, not condensation. Ice. Crystalline patterns blooming outward from the center, fast and geometric, like time-lapse footage of a frozen lake. The temperature inside plummeted. My skin prickled. That metal-cold smell filled my nose, the scent of winter locked in a freezer too long. And then, oh God, then I saw it. A handprint, blue-tinged. Fingers splayed wide against the glass from the outside. The whorls of a palm pressed flat, surrounded by a halo of frost. It was ice cold to look at. My spine locked up. The radio exploded to life. No static this time, no crackling. Just a voice, Daniel's voice, screaming through every speaker. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Over and over and over, rising in pitch and desperation, the words blurring together into a howl that wasn't quite human anymore. My hands flew to my ears, but it didn't matter. The sound was inside my skull now, vibrating through my teeth, my ribs, my bones. The pounding intensified. The frost climbed higher, swallowing the windows. And the door handle, it stopped moving. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming, because I realized something terrible. Daniel wasn't trying to get in anymore. He already had. I found the ring on my passenger seat when the frost finally melted. Simple gold band, still cold. The address came from the obituary I'd memorized 3 nights ago. Elena Frost lived 20 miles south, in a neighborhood where willow trees bent over ranch houses and sprinklers ticked through the morning heat. My knuckles ached from gripping the wheel. The ring sat in my shirt pocket, its weight pressing against my ribs like a stone. What would you do, carrying a dead man's wedding band to his widow? I parked across the street. The house looked ordinary, cream siding, black shutters, a tire swing hanging motionless from the willow. But the air around it felt wrong, too still, too quiet, like the whole property was holding its breath. I crossed the lawn. Each step felt heavier than the last. She opened the door before I knocked. Elena Frost was smaller than I'd imagined, mid-40s, with tired eyes that widened the moment they landed on my face. Her hand flew to her mouth. "You," she whispered. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. I have something, your Marcus Webb." Not a question, a statement. Her voice shook. "Oh God, your Marcus Webb." The ring suddenly burned through my pocket. "How do you come inside?" She stepped back, her movements stiff, mechanical. "We need to talk." The house smelled like lavender and dust. A wedding photo sat on the mantel, Daniel, younger, smiling beside this same woman. I couldn't look at it. Elena sat across from me, hands folded so tight her knuckles whitened. January 9th, 2018. Her eyes never left mine. "Do you remember that date?" My throat closed. "You were the dispatcher," she continued, each word deliberate, cutting. "You logged Daniel's call, stranded motorist. Mile marker 34, you told him help was coming. No, then you forgot." Her voice cracked. "Your shift ended. You went home, and my husband froze to death waiting for you." The room tilted. Elena leaned forward, and her next words came out barely audible, laced with something between pity and terror. "He's been looking for you ever since." But even as she spoke, the temperature plummeted, and from somewhere deeper in the house came the unmistakable sound of a door handle turning. I drove back to mile marker 34 because there was nowhere else to go. Elena's words echoed in my skull. "He's been looking for you." And my hands trembled on the wheel hard enough that the truck drifted across the center line twice. 7 years. 7 years Daniel Frost waited in the cold because I logged his call, clocked out, and forgot. What would you do? How do you apologize for stealing someone's last breath? The marker appeared in my headlights at 3:58 a.m. I pulled onto the shoulder where his blue sedan must have sat, engine dead, hope dying slower. The night smelled wrong, pine mixed with something metallic, like frost on copper pipes. I killed the ignition. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I stepped out. Gravel crunched under my boots, too loud in the emptiness. The air bit at my exposed skin despite the June warmth, and when I exhaled, my breath fogged. Daniel, my voice cracked. I'm so sorry. The words felt pathetic, insufficient. I forgot you. I went home and my throat closed. You died alone because of me. The temperature dropped fast. My skin prickled with goosebumps and frost began creeping across my truck's windows, spreading in delicate fractals that shouldn't exist in summer heat. I glanced at my rear-view mirror. Headlights, faint, flickering. There one moment, gone the next, like a signal fighting through static. But with each flicker they grew more solid, more real, until I could see the blue sedan behind them. Old model, snow crusted on the hood. My heart hammered against my ribs. He stood beside the driver's door. Daniel Frost. Frost coating his face in white webs, eyes dark and hollow, lips blue-tinged. He didn't blink, didn't breathe. Just stared at me through the mirror's reflection with an expression I couldn't read, grief, rage, or something worse. He raised one arm and pointed at me, then at the sedan's passenger door. The handle turned with a soft click, and the door swung open on hinges that made no sound. Invitation or trap. The beeping woke me first, then the smell, antiseptic and bleach, sharp enough to sting my sinuses. I tried to move. My limbs felt distant, heavy. The sheets beneath me crinkled with that unmistakable hospital texture. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, too bright even through my closed eyelids. I forced my eyes open. White ceiling tiles, an IV line snaking into my left arm. A monitor beside the bed traced my heartbeat in green peaks and valleys. Mr. Webb, a woman's voice, clinical but not unkind. Can you hear me? I turned my head. A nurse stood at the foot of the bed, clipboard in hand. Behind her, through the doorway, I glimpsed a state trooper leaning against the hallway wall. Where am I? My throat felt raw, voice cracking on each syllable. County General, you've been here 3 days. She moved closer, checking the IV bag. Before that, well, that's what the officers need to talk to you about. The trooper entered. Older guy, gray at the temples, expression unreadable. He pulled up a chair, metal legs scraping linoleum. Marcus Webb, 40 years old, registered tow truck operator. He flipped open a notepad. We found your truck at mile marker 34 on Route 17. Engine running. Doors locked from the inside. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like copper. When? I managed. 7 days ago. 7. What would you do if someone told you a week of your life just vanished? That time folded over itself and swallowed you whole. That's impossible, I whispered. The interior was frozen solid, he continued, ignoring my protest. In late June, ice coating every surface. Your body temperature was 79 degrees when paramedics pulled you out. Doctor said another hour and he let the sentence hang. The cold. Oh God, the cold. I felt it now bone deep, like it had burrowed into my marrow and nested there. No amount of heated blankets could touch it. Do you remember anything? The trooper asked. I remembered the open door, Daniel's frost-covered face, the invitation, or was it a demand? I remembered reaching for the handle. I went to apologize. My voice sounded hollow even to me. At mile marker 34, there was someone I needed to tell I was sorry. The trooper exchanged a glance with the nurse. She excused herself quietly. Mr. Webb, there was nobody else at the scene, just you, locked inside your truck. He leaned forward. But we did find something unusual. He produced an evidence bag. Inside it, my phone. 47 outgoing calls logged in your phone history, all to roadside assistance dispatch, all placed at 4:04 in the morning. He paused, watching my face. All timestamped January 9th, 2018. The room tilted. I gripped the bed rail. That's not possible. Phone company confirmed it. They can't explain it either. He stood, tucking the notepad into his belt. You're not under arrest, Mr. Webb, but you need to stay in town. We'll have more questions. He left. The door clicked shut. I was alone with the beeping monitor and the smell of antiseptic and the cold that wouldn't leave. Across from the bed hung a small mirror, the kind hospitals use so patients can check their appearance. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed not to look, but I did. My reflection stared back, pale and hollow-eyed, and behind me in the darkened glass, two headlights, steady, unblinking, keeping their distance but never fading. I closed my eyes, opened them. The lights remained. They followed me out of the hospital the next day, in the chrome of the elevator doors, in the window of the taxi, in every reflective surface I passed. I never made it home. How could I? I don't think I have one anymore, because now I understand. Daniel spent 7 years trapped at mile marker 34, calling for help that never came, waiting, freezing, alone. Now it's my turn to wait. The clock reads 4:03. My phone will ring in 60 seconds. It always does. And when it does, I'll answer. I'll hear my own voice on the other end, desperate and cold, begging someone to send help. But nobody's coming. Nobody ever does. My headlamp finds him between the kelp fronds. 4th night in a row. Same spot, 30 feet down, where the forest grows thickest and the beam barely penetrates. My regulator hisses with each breath, bubbles racing past my ears toward the surface. The cold has seeped through my wetsuit into my bones, but I kick harder, closer. The figure doesn't move, just hangs there in the current, suspended like he's waiting. Kelp sways around him, casting shadows that twist and writhe. I can hear my own heartbeat now, pounding against my eardrums, louder than the water pressure. He's wearing a wetsuit, black neoprene, and there, oh God, there's the yellow stripe down the left side, my yellow stripe. I reach forward, my hand trembles in the beam. The cold bites at my pruning fingers. 3 nights I've seen shadows, shapes that vanished when I got close. But tonight he's solid, real. The same scuffed yellow stripe I got snagged on the tank ladder last month. Same frayed edge at the shoulder seam. My air tastes metallic. Wrong. Has it always tasted like that? The distance closes, 10 feet. 5. I can see his tank now, the gauge, the regulator hose. My breath comes faster, sucking hard against the mouthpiece. What would you do? Turn back. Pretend you didn't see. I can't. I reach out. My fingertips brush the fabric of his suit, cold, slick, real. He turns. The movement is slow, deliberate. His mask catches the light, and behind the glass, my own face stares back, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream around the regulator. My face, my terror, and his hand shoots forward, grabbing my wrist with a grip that shouldn't exist underwater. 3 nights before that moment, I had just thought it was kelp. The water pressed against my wetsuit at 1:15 a.m., 200,000 gallons of darkness above and around me. My headlamp cut a narrow cone through the gloom. Sand tiger sharks drifted past like pale ghosts, their mouths hanging open in permanent grimaces. Kauno's rays rippled along the bottom. I was alone with them, the way I preferred it. My scrub pad rasped against the acrylic viewing panel. Green algae came off in cloudy wisps, back and forth, methodical. Bubbles rose from my regulator in steady streams, the only sound besides the blood pulsing in my ears. The water was cold enough that I felt it through the neoprene, a constant pressure reminding me I didn't belong here. But I did belong here. I'd done this shift 4 nights a week for how long now? The routine settled my mind. No colleagues, no small talk, just me and the work and 30 feet of water. Andy had asked if I wanted a dive partner for the overnight maintenance. I'd refused. The kelp forest swayed in the artificial current, long brown ribbons anchored to the fake rock formations. I kicked toward the far panel, my fins stirring up fine sand. My wedding ring shifted on my finger, too loose lately. I'd been forgetting to eat, but I twisted it back into place. Focus on the job. That's when I saw it. Movement. Between the kelp stalks, not the lazy drift of the current, but something vertical, human-shaped. I stopped scrubbing. My breath came faster, bubbles accelerating past my mask. The kelp blocked my view, thick as a curtain. I squeezed the scrub pad, probably just a sand tiger circling back. Their bodies could look almost upright when they banked, but sand tigers didn't hold still like that. The shadow, if that's what it was, hung suspended about 20 feet away, deeper in the forest. Not moving, not drifting, just there. I checked my depth gauge, 29 feet, plenty of air. No reason for my heart to be hammering like this. Would you swim toward it? If you saw something that didn't belong, I did. I released the scrub pad and let it sink, tethered to my belt by its cord. My fins pushed me forward. Slow kicks. Calm, professional. The kelp parted around me, slick and cold against my gloves. My headlamp beam swept left, right, cutting through the murk. The shadow was gone. I hovered there, finning in place, scanning the forest. Kelp swayed, current flowed. A ray buried itself in the sand below, sending up a small cloud. Nothing else moved, just kelp, just the current playing tricks with the light. I exhaled slowly, watching the bubbles spiral upward. Nitrogen narcosis could start at depths shallower than this if you were tired enough. Wasn't I tired? I'd been picking up extra shifts, sleeping poorly. My wife had mentioned it. When? Last week. Maybe. I retrieved my scrub pad and returned to the panel. Back and forth, methodical, but I kept glancing over my shoulder into the kelp forest. The water felt colder now. Had it always been this cold? And somewhere in the back of my mind, so faint I almost didn't notice, I wondered why my air tasted different tonight. Slightly metallic, like rust dissolving on my tongue. But I had 3 panels left to scrub, and I'd never left a shift unfinished. The metallic taste wouldn't leave. 24 hours later, I descended again, and it was already there, coating my tongue like old pennies. The shadow appeared before I even reached the kelp forest. Closer this time, maybe 15 feet away. I froze mid-kick, regulator tight between my teeth. The figure hung suspended in the current, arms at its sides, wetsuit black against the darker water. My headlamp beam couldn't quite reach it. Then it moved, not swimming, just drifting backward into the vegetation. I chased it. Had to. The kelp wrapped around my wrists as I pushed through, rubbery stalks cold even through my gloves. My wedding ring caught on a blade, twisted, and slipped. No, I lunged for it, but gold doesn't float. It tumbled end over end, glinting once, twice, then disappeared into the sand below. Gone just like that. My chest tightened, not from the depth, but from knowing I'd have to explain this again. The ring had been loose for months. I told myself I'd get it resized. I told myself a lot of things. By the third night, I stopped looking for the ring. There were bigger problems. The fins I spotted weren't shadows anymore. Yellow striped down the side, exactly like mine. They kicked hard behind the rock formation, and I followed, my own fins churning sand. But when I rounded the coral, nothing. Just a sand tiger cruising past, ancient eyes ignoring me completely. I checked my depth gauge, 29 feet. Nitrogen narcosis doesn't hit until 70. So why did the kelp look wrong, denser than before, rearranged? Like someone had redecorated while I wasn't watching. The metallic taste intensified, rust and copper flooding my mouth with every breath. And when I looked down at the sand where my ring had fallen, there were 3 more beside it. We hung there in the kelp, face to face, my own eyes staring back at me through scratched plexiglass. The other Trevor raised his arm slowly, deliberately, and pointed at my chest. I looked down at my air gauge. The needle sat buried in the red zone. Empty, completely empty. But my lungs filled easily with each breath, that same metallic taste coating my tongue. No resistance. No warning rasp of a starving regulator. I breathed in again, deeper this time, testing it. The air came smooth and cold. I tapped my gauge with one gloved finger. The needle didn't move, still red, still empty. When I looked up, the doppelganger was shaking his head, frantic. He jabbed his finger upward toward the surface, then pointed at me again. At my tank, at my gauge. My computer display glowed against my wrist. 20 minutes of bottom time remaining. 20 minutes of air that shouldn't exist. What would you do? Trust the gauge or trust your lungs? The other Trevor's movements became wild, desperate. He grabbed at my shoulder, tried to turn me toward the surface. His grip felt real, cold neoprene against cold neoprene. I shoved him back. He needed to explain, to tell me what was happening. Instead, oh God, instead he reached up to his own face. His fingers found his regulator, and he pulled it out. The explosion of bubbles hit me like a scream. Silver spheres erupted from his mouth in a churning column, racing toward the surface I couldn't see. His jaw worked open and shut, trying to breathe water. His body convulsed once, then went completely slack. He sank past me into the kelp below, arms floating upward like he was reaching for help that would never come. The yellow stripe on his wetsuit disappeared into the black water beneath the forest. The bubbles stopped, and I realized I hadn't taken a breath in over a minute. I kicked hard, fins churning water into foam. Up, I needed up. Away from the body sinking into darkness, away from the kelp that suddenly felt too thick, too alive. My regulator hissed in my mouth, each breath tasting like copper and salt and something else, something wrong. The surface shimmered above me, 20 feet, 15. I didn't stop to decompress. Didn't care about nitrogen bubbles forming in my blood. My limbs burned as I clawed through the water, watching that silver membrane grow closer. 10 feet. The kelp brushed my ankle and I thrashed away from it, heart hammering against my ribs. Or was it hammering? I pressed my palm to my chest. The wet suit was cold, my skin underneath even colder, 5 feet. I burst through the surface with a gasp except, oh God, I hadn't been holding my breath. The air in my lungs was already there, stale, recycled. Trevor, hands grabbed my BCD, hauling me toward the metal platform. The grating scraped against my knees as I was dragged from the water. Fluorescent lights blazed overhead, so bright after the darkness that I squeezed my eyes shut. Easy, easy, Phil Vargas's voice. The night security guard, his grip was solid, real. What the hell happened down there? I couldn't answer. My regulator dangled from my mouth, still hissing. I spat it out and sucked in air that tasted like chlorine and rust. Phil crouched beside me, his face creased with concern. He smelled like coffee and cigarettes, normal things, comforting things. You shot up like something was chasing you, he said. Was there? What had I just seen? Footsteps echoed across the platform. Iris Nakamura appeared, medical kit already open in her hands. The on-call aquarium medic. I'd seen her maybe twice in 3 years. Let me check you. She knelt, pressing 2 fingers to my wrist. Her touch was warm, too warm. My skin felt numb underneath. I'm fine, I managed. My voice sounded distant, like it was coming from underwater. Pulse is elevated but steady. Iris pulled a penlight from her pocket, shining it in my eyes. I flinched. Pupils responsive. Any pain? Tingling in your extremities? No, I need a minute. She reached for the dive computer strapped to my wrist. Her frown came slowly, then deepened. She tapped the screen twice, held it up to the light. Trevor, how long were you down there? I blinked at her. What? Your computer, it says. She turned it toward me. The display glowed blue in the harsh fluorescent light. Dive time, 6 hours, 17 minutes. My stomach dropped. That's wrong. I fumbled with my other wrist where my watch sat beneath the dive computer. The leather strap was soaked through. I tilted it toward the light. 1:47 a.m. I'd gone in at 1:15. I remembered checking. Double-checking the way I always did. 32 minutes maximum. The computer's broken, I said, but my voice cracked. These don't just break. Iris pressed buttons on the device, scrolling through data I couldn't follow. It tracked your descent, your depth, your ascent rate. Everything's logged. 6 hours, Trevor. Phil leaned in, his coffee breath washing over me. That can't be right. I saw you go in. That was. He checked his own watch. His face went pale. Jesus. What? The word came out sharp. I started my rounds at 11 p.m., Phil said slowly. I checked on you when I passed the tank room around 1:30. You were already in the water. I figured you started early. I didn't start early. I started at 1:15. Trevor. Iris's voice was gentle now, the way you'd speak to someone in shock. If you've been down for 6 hours, we need to get you to a hospital. Decompression sickness, nitrogen narcosis. I haven't been down for 6 hours. I ripped the dive computer off my wrist. The Velcro made a tearing sound that echoed off the concrete walls. Look at my tank. Check the gauge. It'll prove. I twisted to look at the air gauge dangling from my BCD. The needle sat buried in the red zone. Empty. But I'd been breathing. The whole time. Even now, I could taste that metallic air in the back of my throat. Iris followed my gaze. Her expression shifted, concern bleeding into something else. Confusion, maybe fear. "That tank should have lasted 90 minutes, she whispered. "At 30 feet in cold water. 90 minutes maximum." The platform felt like it was tilting beneath me. I gripped the wet metal grating, but my fingers slipped. Everything was too slippery, too cold. "I don't understand," I said. Phil stood, taking a step back. Just one step, but I noticed. Iris reached for my hand, the one without the watch. She turned it over, examining my fingertips under the light. Her lips pressed into a thin line. "What?" I pulled my hand back. "What is it?" She didn't answer. Instead, she held up her own hand next to mine. Her fingertips were smooth, pink, normal. Mine were white, pruned. The skin wrinkled like I'd been soaking in a bathtub for hours. No, not hours. 6 hours and 17 minutes. I pushed past Iris, ignoring her questions. My tank. I needed to see my tank. The equipment room's fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in sick yellow. Concrete walls sweating moisture. The chemical smell of compressed air mixed with salt water hit my throat. I found my tank still strapped to the gear rack, valve up, pressure gauge hanging. My hands shook as I turned it. Manufacture date stamped into the metal. March 2019. 6 years old. We replace tanks every 3 years. Protocol, I knew this. I wrote the protocols. Then I saw the sticker. Red, screaming red against the aluminum. Failed inspection, do not use. The adhesive had yellowed at the edges, like it had been there for years. How did I miss it? I always checked my equipment. Always. What kind of diver doesn't check their tank before? The overhead light flickered. In that half-second of darkness, I saw it. Behind the gear rack, a door, narrow, painted the same gray as the walls, almost invisible in the corner shadows. I'd worked here for how long? Can you imagine walking past something every single night and never seeing it? I moved closer. The metal rack scraped against concrete as I pulled it aside, the sound too loud in the enclosed space. My wetsuit still clung to my skin, cold now, clammy. The door had no handle, just a simple push plate. I pressed it. The room beyond smelled wrong. Damp, colder than it should be, and lined against the wall, tanks, 47 of them. I counted twice. Each one had a name tag zip-tied to the valve. Trevor Boswell, Trevor Boswell, Trevor Boswell. Every single one marked with that same red sticker. Every single one failed. And taped to the nearest tank, a handwritten note. The paper trembled in my grip as I leaned closer to read it. I peeled the note from the tank. The paper felt damp, cold. The handwriting was mine. I keep trying different tanks, hoping one will work. I drowned in 2019. You're still drowning. Stop coming back. My fingers went numb. The concrete floor beneath me felt suddenly insubstantial, like I was standing on water pretending to be solid. I read it again, then again. The words didn't change. What would you do if you found your own handwriting telling you you're already dead? I left the tanks behind, fled, really, and headed to Andy's office. The incident report binder sat on the shelf where it always did. Dust coated the spine. I flipped through pages that smelled like mildew and old coffee. March 23, 2019. Maintenance diver found deceased in main exhibit tank. Equipment malfunction. Probable cause. Regulator failure, contaminated air supply. Name redacted per family request. The date blurred. I blinked hard. My employee file was in the cabinet. I'd never looked at it before. Never had reason to. My hands shook as I opened the folder. Hire date, April 9, 2019. 2 weeks after, and no, that's wrong. I've worked here for years, haven't I? I remember my first day. Don't I? The orientation video. Andy showing me the equipment room. My first solo dive in the memory stuttered like a scratched disc. Started over. Same footage. Same words. Oh God, I pressed my palm against the wall. It felt wet. Everything felt wet. My shirt clung to my skin, cold and heavy. How long had it been damp? Since I surfaced tonight. Since yesterday. But I realized something far worse as I stood there, water dripping from my hair onto the incident report. My skin feels wrong. Not cold, not wet. Wrong. Like fabric soaked too long, fibers swelling beyond their natural shape. I press my thumb against my forearm. The flesh gives too easily, holds the indentation. Waterlogged. The word surfaces from nowhere, and I know it's true. I'm standing in the equipment room. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. But that metallic taste, I've been tasting it since I came up. Since Phil pulled me onto the platform. Since Iris checked my dive computer and told me I'd been down 6 hours. My shirt clings to my chest. Damp. Still damp. How long ago did I surface? I walk toward the main tank viewing window, legs heavy. The glass stretches floor to ceiling, 30 feet of dark water. Sand tigers drift past like ghosts. My reflection stares back, pale under the blue emergency lights. There's something behind me. In the water, a shape, moving through the kelp. I spin around, nothing, just the glass, just my reflection and the empty corridor behind me. But when I turn back, oh God, there it is again. A figure suspended in the kelp forest exactly where I was working. Same depth, same position, wearing my wetsuit. Can you see what I'm seeing? Would you believe your own eyes? I press my palm against the glass. The cold radiates through, but it's not the cold that makes me pull back. It's the sensation of pressure. 30 feet of pressure, squeezing my sinuses, filling my ears with that muffled, cotton-thick silence. I'm breathing the metallic air, tank air, compressed, recycled, wrong. My clothes haven't dried because the equipment room tilts. No, not the room, my perception. Reality rearranging itself like the kelp forest, denser than it should be, wrong in ways I can't articulate. I never surfaced. The thought arrives fully formed, undeniable. Phil didn't pull me up. Iris didn't check my computer. I'm still at 30 feet, still breathing from a failed tank, still drowning in slow motion, my brain constructing false memories of survival as my cells starve for oxygen. I'm still down there, right now, this very second, and I've been drowning for 6 years. The water never left my lungs. I blink, and I'm back at depth, or maybe I never moved. The equipment room dissolves like ink in water. Cold pressure surrounds me again, 30 feet down. The kelp sways in lazy arcs overhead, thick as a jungle canopy. My regulator hisses with each breath. Metallic. Wrong, but I keep breathing anyway. Movement ahead, the doppelganger swims toward me through the forest, arms outstretched. That same yellow stripe down the wetsuit. But as my headlamp sweeps left, I see another. And another. 6 bodies. They float face down in the kelp like caught fish, suspended by the fronds wrapped around their ankles, their wrists. Same wetsuit on every single one. Same yellow stripe glowing in my light. They drift with the current. Gentle, almost peaceful. My bubbles sound too loud. They rise past the bodies, disturbing the kelp. One of the bodies twitches. Oh God, its head lifts, slow, mechanical. The mask catches my light, cracked, flooded with murky water. Behind the glass, a face, bloated, skin the color of drowned meat, lips pulled back from the teeth. Can you imagine what it's like, seeing your own corpse stare back at you? Another head rises, then a third, fourth. All 6 bodies turning now, necks rotating with joints that shouldn't move anymore. Their hands float upward, fingers spreading. Reaching, they all wear my face. Pruned, pale, eyes filmed over with something that isn't quite water, isn't quite decay. Their mouths hang open behind the regulators, and I realize they're still trying to breathe. Still trying, still drowning. All of them, they drift toward me through the kelp, slow as a nightmare. And behind them, something else moves in the darkness. They drifted closer, not swimming, just floating, caught in the current like kelp. Each one pointed, same gesture, same waterlogged fingers. One pointed at my air gauge, another at the surface 30 feet above. A third gestured toward the equipment room where 47 failed tanks waited with my name on them. I understood. Oh, I understood completely now. Each version of me had grabbed a different tank. Each one thought, maybe this one will work. Maybe this time I'll make it through the shift. Surface at 2 a.m. Go home to my wife. Each one drowned. The kelp wrapped around my ankles, cold and slick. I looked down at my hands. The skin wrinkled like I'd been in a bath for hours, days, 5 years. My wedding ring was gone, had been gone since the first night, the real first night, back in March of 2019. The metallic taste filled my mouth. Not air, not anymore. Water. I'd been breathing water since the moment my tank failed. Breathing and drowning and choosing over and over to try one more time. One more tank. One more shift. Just get through tonight. The bodies circled closer. Their faces, my face, held no anger, just exhaustion, recognition. They knew what came next. I could swim to the equipment room. Tank number 48 waited there, red sticker bright against the aluminum. I could try again. Tell myself this one's different, this one will work, or I let the regulator slip from my mouth. No explosion of bubbles, no panic. The water filled my lungs like coming home, like finally, stopping. The current carried me down into the kelp forest. The other Trevors drifted beside me, silent companions in the dark. Above, something splashed into the water. The loop hungered, but I was done feeding it. The man on the monitor looks exactly like me. Same wrinkled blue shirt. Same coffee stain on the collar. Same scar above my left eyebrow from when I was 12 and Laura pushed me off the porch. I lean closer to the screen and the glow paints my face the same cold blue as the figure on display. But this is the telescope feed, the observatory telescope. The one pointed at the stars. The one that should be transmitting images of distant galaxies and empty space. Not this, not the control room, not me sitting in this chair. The image updates, a flicker, a refresh. And now there are two of me on screen, one sitting, one standing behind the chair. The standing version holds something in his right hand. I squint at the pixelated edge. Metal, long handle, the wrench from the tool cabinet. The one I used 3 days ago to tighten the mounting bolts. The standing Carson raises it slowly, deliberately, above the seated Carson's head. My throat goes dry. The seated version on screen does not turn around, does not see, just stares at the monitor like I am staring now, watching himself. Watching me. I should move, should stand, should do something, but my hands grip the armrests. The vinyl is cold, too cold, the kind of cold that seeps through skin and into bone. How long have I been sitting here? The wrench rises higher. I open my mouth to shout, to warn the Carson on screen, but the air tastes wrong. Metallic, sharp, like ozone after a lightning strike. That smell that means something burned, something broke. Then I hear it, breathing, not mine, behind me. Can you imagine that? The exact moment you realize the thing you are watching is watching you back. I spin in the chair, fast, too fast. The room tilts. And there it is, metal falling through fluorescent light. A wrench, descending toward my skull. I throw my hands up, feel nothing. Then I am sitting in the chair again, hands on the armrests, facing the monitor. On screen, a body crumples, my body. The standing Carson drops the wrench. It clatters. He bends down, grabs the body by the ankles, and drags it toward the corner where the shadows pool. But I am still sitting here, still breathing, still watching myself disappear into the dark. My mind claws backward. 14 nights before that monitor showed me dying. The control room was empty when I arrived. Cold air leaked through the narrow windows. I unlocked the tool cabinet, counted the wrenches by habit. 3. The same 3 that had hung there for 6 months. Equipment hummed its usual lullaby. I logged in at 11:58, 2 minutes early, always 2 minutes early. The telescope was in standby mode, exactly where I'd left it. I poured burnt coffee from the thermos, the kind that keeps you wired but never truly awake. My hands smelled like metal and dust. Outside, New Mexico stretched black and infinite. No headlights, no neighbors. Just me and 8 tons of steel pointed at nothing. The monitor flickered. I glanced up. The telescope status had changed. Active, coordinates locked. Deep space sector ZK7. I stared at the screen. I hadn't touched anything. My fingers moved to the keyboard. Override command. Enter. The cursor blinked. Nothing happened. I typed abort. The system ignored me like I wasn't even there, like my commands were coming from some other timeline. The telescope motor engaged with a low grind. Through the window, I watched the massive barrel pivot. Smooth, deliberate, aiming at coordinates I absolutely did not program. My chest tightened. 40 light years out, empty space. No cataloged objects. What could you even see out there? I tried pulling the power cable. My hands actually shook. The screen stayed bright. The download bar appeared. 0%, 1%, rising. Behind me, metal clinked softly against metal. I turned. The tool cabinet hung open. swaying slightly. Inside, 2 wrenches remained on their hooks. The third was gone, but I was alone, wasn't I? The progress bar reached 100%. The image bloomed across the monitor in crisp detail, and for 3 heartbeats I forgot to breathe. A planet hung there against the black, blue and white and familiar. City lights clustered along coastlines, geometric grids of streets, the glow of civilization spreading like fungus across dark continents. I leaned closer. The screen's pale light washed over my face, cold as moonlight. My fingers found the zoom controls and the image sharpened. There, the unmistakable sprawl of Lowe's Angels, the distinctive curve of New York Harbor, Chicago's perfect grid, Earth. But the coordinates blinked in the corner. 40 light-years out, Deep Space Sector ZK7. I pulled up the archive maps, hands trembling now. 1985 topographical data, overlaid them on the telescope image. The match was perfect. Every coastline, every city boundary, down to individual highway systems that hadn't existed in 1970 and wouldn't survive past 2003. 40 light-years away, which meant 40 years ago. Light speed, simple math. I was looking at Earth from 1985. Except I pivoted in the chair, stared through the narrow window at the telescope's massive silhouette against the New Mexico stars. The barrel pointed northeast, toward empty space, toward nothing. The air tasted like copper and ozone. My breath came shallow now, loud in the silence. Can you imagine discovering that the universe is looking backward at you? That something out there is reflecting what shouldn't be possible? I checked the building perimeter cameras. All feeds showed empty desert. The parking lot held only my truck. The hallways stretched dark and vacant. I was alone, completely alone. So why did the image on the screen show a shadow crossing the control room floor behind my chair? I turned back to the keyboard and programmed 30 light-years. The telescope motor ground through its rotation. Numbers scrolled across the monitor. I held my breath as the image resolved. And there it was, Earth again. But when I pulled up the archive comparison, my hands started shaking. 1995. The coastlines matched perfectly. Ice shelf boundaries. Urban sprawl patterns from exactly 30 years ago. My throat felt tight. I programmed 20 light-years. 2005. 10 light-years. 2015. Each scan brought me closer to the present, each image a perfect snapshot of Earth from exactly that many years in the past. The telescope was somehow peeling back time itself, layer by layer. What would you do if every test you ran confirmed the impossible? I grabbed my phone. Dr. Pritchard needed to see this. The plastic felt slick against my palm as I dialed. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3, voicemail. Alan, it's Carson. Something's happening with the scope. Call me back, please. My voice cracked on that last word. I hated how small I sounded. I programmed 5 light-years. My finger hesitated over the enter key. The image downloaded. 2020. But something was different now. The cities on screen had a strange, cold blue tint, like they'd been dipped in frost. I leaned closer to the monitor. That smell, sharp and metallic, like the air after lightning strikes. Ozone. Why would a digital image smell like anything? The scent grew stronger. I touched the screen, warm, almost hot. The blue tint pulsed slightly, breathing in rhythm with something. The telescope motor clicked off, but the smell remained, filling the control room with the tang of electricity and burned metal. And I realized the odor wasn't coming from the monitor at all. It was coming from behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The control room stretched empty behind me, but the metallic tang hung in the cold air like someone had been welding inches from my face. My pulse hammered against my throat. The computer chimed. A notification I'd never seen before, yellow triangle in the corner. I clicked it. A hidden directory appeared. Feldman_logs. Hugh Feldman, the guy who worked this shift before me. The one who vanished 6 months ago without cleaning out his locker or cashing his final paycheck. I opened the first file, dated 8 months back. The entries read like my own notes. Telescope locking onto unprogrammed coordinates. Override failure. Images of Earth from impossible distances. Hugh's handwriting, digital, clinical, deteriorated with each log. By month 7, the sentences fragmented. Repetitions. Capitalized warnings. Do not scan closer than 5 light years. Too late for that advice. His final entry was 3 words. The eye sees itself. Below that, a command log. Hugh had programmed 0 light years the night he disappeared. 0. The telescope aimed at nothing. At here, I scrolled down, felt my stomach drop. An attachment, image file, I clicked it. The photo loaded slowly, top to bottom. It showed the control room, this room, from directly above. The angle impossibly steep, like someone floating near the ceiling, camera pointed straight down. In the image, a figure sat hunched at the monitor. Hugh, I assumed. The timestamp read the night he vanished, but the quality was wrong, too sharp, too clear, not security footage. This came from the telescope. Someone, something, had been watching from space. Watching him, watching this room. And if Hugh programmed 0 light years that night, then whatever looks down at us isn't 40 light years away anymore. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. 0 light years. Current time. The command Hugh had programmed the night he vanished. I should have walked away, called someone. Driven until the sun came up and I could pretend none of this was real. But you already know I didn't. Would you have? When every scan brought the answer closer, when the pattern begged to complete itself, could you have left it alone? I typed the coordinates, hit enter. The telescope motor engaged with a sound I'd never heard before. Not the smooth electric hum of tracking distant stars. This was grinding, metal against metal. The mounting gears shuddered through the walls, through the floor. I felt it in my teeth. The whole structure groaned as the telescope pivoted, downward, pointing at the ground beneath me. The image began to load, line by line, top to bottom. Cold blue light washing across the monitor. That ozone smell flooded the control room, sharp, electric, wrong. I tasted copper on my tongue. The temperature dropped. My breath came out in clouds. The image resolved. Oh God, this room, from directly above. As if someone had removed the roof and ceiling and looked straight down. There was my chair. The monitor, the tool cabinet with its door hanging open, and sitting at the desk, hunched forward, staring at a screen, me. I was looking at myself from above. But that wasn't the worst part. standing behind my chair just over my left shoulder, close enough to touch another me. Same clothes, same face, same everything. Except this version held something in his right hand. The wrench. The one that had vanished from the cabinet 2 weeks ago. On the monitor, the wrench began to rise. I sat perfectly still. Didn't move. Didn't breathe. Behind me, behind my actual chair, not the one on screen, I heard breathing. Slow, steady, perfectly matching my own rhythm. I didn't wait to see. I ran. My footsteps echoed, too loud, too sharp against the linoleum. The hallway stretched ahead, fluorescent lights flickering in sequence like dominoes falling away from me. 10 feet to the exit. I'd walked it 1,000 times, but the door, it kept receding. 20 feet, 30. My lungs burned. The ozone smell thickened, metallic on my tongue. The exit sign glowed red in the distance, impossibly far now, and my legs pumped harder, but the walls blurred past in slow motion. Finally, my palm slammed against the push bar. Cold metal, real, solid, I shoved through, into the control room, the same chair, the same monitor, the same hum of the telescope motor beneath the floor. No, I spun back, tried the door again, threw my whole weight against it. The hallway appeared normal now, short, familiar. But when I ran, it stretched again like taffy pulled by invisible hands. The exit dissolved into the control room behind me. Every path looped back. What would you do when the walls themselves reject your escape? I grabbed the metal stool, swung it at the monitor. Glass exploded in a cascade of glittering shards. The impact jarred my shoulders. Sparks spat from the fractured casing, but the image remained on the broken glass, still glowing, still showing the control room from above, still showing me seated. And behind me, the other Carson stood with the wrench. Only now, he wasn't looking at his own reflection anymore. He was looking directly at me and smiling. The pieces of glass on the floor began reflecting the same image, multiplying him across every surface. 1,000 smiling Carsons watching me from every angle. I backed away from the multiplying reflections. The walls pressed inward. Every shard of broken glass held my face, watching, smiling. I couldn't look at them anymore. Couldn't breathe in that room with 1,000 versions of myself staring back. My shoulder hit something that wasn't wall, metal, cold and seamless. I turned. A panel I'd never noticed before, painted the same gray as everything else. No handle. Just a hairline seam running vertical and a keypad covered in decades of dust. I pressed my palm against it. The panel clicked, slid open with a pneumatic hiss that smelled like stale air and concrete. Beyond it, darkness. A stairwell leading down. Would you go down there? Into a place you'd walked past for 2 weeks without seeing. I went. The stairs were steel. Each footfall echoed wrong, too long, like the sound traveled farther than the space allowed. 15 steps down, then a corridor. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, half of them dead, the others flickering in patterns that almost felt deliberate. At the end of the hall, a door marked Archive Records Only. The handle was ice against my skin. Inside, file boxes lined metal shelves from floor to ceiling. The air tasted like old paper and something else. Mildew, maybe, or fear left to ferment for decades. I pulled the nearest box down. The label read Project Mirror. Mirror Array Personnel FILES DCLASSAFIED 1998. 1998. 27 years to declassify something from 1952. I opened it. Photographs spilled out, black and white. Men in ties and women in pencil skirts standing before equipment I didn't recognize. Satellite dishes arranged in geometric patterns, mirrors suspended on cables, and in the background, this building, younger, rawer, but unmistakable. The first document had a header stamped in faded red ink. Quantum Causality Observation Experiment Final Report. My hands started shaking before I understood why. I read faster. The words blurred together. Reflective satellite geometry. Space-time observation collapse. 18 researchers assigned. The experiment was terminated after 72 hours. No explanation given. Just a single line. All personnel unaccounted for as of 300 hours October 9, 1952. 18 people. Gone. I flipped to the personnel roster. Alphabetical. Names I didn't know. Alistair Chen. Dorothy Kern. Marcus Vaught. No Hugh Feldman, but there. 3 names from the bottom. Carson Mitchell, research assistant, age 34. The paper slipped from my fingers. That wasn't possible. I wasn't born until 1991. The math couldn't. But the photograph clipped to the file showed a man in a white shirt and thin tie standing beside the telescope array. Same jaw, same eyes. Same scar on his left hand from when I was 12 and tried to climb a fence. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder. Or maybe that was just my pulse in my ears. How do you find your own name in a file from 73 years ago? The photograph slipped from my fingers. Behind me, footsteps, not echo, not memory, real weight on concrete. I turned. He stood in the archive doorway, wearing my face, my clothes. The same coffee stain on the left sleeve I'd gotten 3 days ago. His eyes tracked mine with surgical precision. No lag, no hesitation. You found the files, he said, my voice, exact timbre. The air between us tasted metallic. Ozone. Like the monitor upstairs when the anomaly first appeared. What are you? The words scraped out of my throat. He stepped closer. His shoes made no sound now. The telescope doesn't observe light, Carson. It observes causality itself. I backed against the filing cabinet. Cold metal bit through my shirt. That's impossible. Observation collapses possibility. He tilted his head. You programmed 0 light years. The telescope turned inward, and the wrench, he paused, smiled without warmth. The wrench already struck. My skull throbbed. A phantom ache behind my right ear. You've been dead since that moment, he continued. But consciousness cannot observe its own ending. Can you imagine that? The mind refuses to process the final instant, so it loops, creates recursion. The observer becomes the observed. He gestured upward toward the control room. Forever falling. And no, I touched my face. Warm skin, pulse hammering beneath my jaw. You feel real, he said softly. That's the cruelest part. The loop preserves everything except the truth. The archive lights flickered. In the strobe, I saw him standing closer, then closer still. He hadn't moved. Hugh Feldman learned this. The 18 researchers in 1952 learned this. His hand extended toward me. Now it's your turn to understand. His fingers brushed my shoulder, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees. What would you do if you realized you'd been watching your own death on repeat? I opened my mouth to scream, but his hand was already reaching for something behind me. The wrench. It had always been there. The wrench falls, I don't feel it. The cold air shifts around me, but there's no impact, no pain, just the sound of metal hitting the floor too far away to be real. Then I'm sitting again, in the chair, facing the monitor. The ozone smell burns my throat. The telescope motors were to life. On screen, the control room door opens. Another Carson walks in, tired eyes, rumpled shirt, the same stain on my collar I haven't washed out in weeks. He sits down, right where I'm sitting. His hands move across the keyboard, programming coordinates. Behind him, another figure materializes from the shadows. Me, holding the wrench. I watch myself raise it, watch the angle, the trajectory. Would you stop it if you could? Would you scream a warning to yourself, knowing he can't hear? But I understand now. The loop doesn't trap me, it requires me. The telescope collapsed causality when I programmed 0 light years, turned observation inward until the system devoured itself. And consciousness cannot witness its own ending, so it fractures. Observer, observed, weapon, victim, all roles occupied simultaneously, forever folding back. The wrench sits beside the keyboard. It's real, solid, cold metal warming under my palm. I stand. My legs move without resistance, carrying me behind my own chair. The temperature drops so fast my breath fogs the air. The telescope hums deeper, a sound I feel in my chest, a frequency that shouldn't exist. On the monitor, the image updates. I see myself standing behind the chair, the wrench in my hand rising. I raise it. The eye sees itself. The wrench falls. Cold metal pressed against my cheek. I jerked awake. My breath fogged white in the air, thick and wrong. The hum, that constant electric hum that filled Save Mart every night. It was muffled here, distant. I pushed myself up. Concrete floor, steel walls, the meat freezer. How did I? A shopping cart stood beside me. Full. Milk, bread, frozen dinners, canned soup. All neatly arranged like someone had carefully selected each item. My hands were numb, fingertips bone white. I don't remember any of this. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the vibration sharp against my thigh. I fumbled it out with stiff fingers. 3:45 a.m. A text notification glowed on the screen. From me sent, 3:33 a.m. The message made my stomach drop. Stop trying to stay awake. I stared at the words. Read them again. The contact name said me. My own number. The freezer door groaned, a deep metallic shriek that shot through my skull. It was closing, slowly, the gap of light from the store narrowing. I grabbed the cart, shoved it forward, but the wheel caught on something, and the cold was pouring off the back wall like water. Not the normal freezer cold. This was heavier, older. Behind the hanging beef carcasses, something stood in the corner. No, not something. Someone. I pushed past the frozen meat, the plastic crinkled under my hands, slick and yielding. The smell hit me then. Not rot, worse, the absence of smell, sterile, preserved. A body, frozen solid, eyes open, mouth slack, wearing a Save Mart uniform. The name tag read Mitchell Crane, but the face, oh God, the face was mine. 2 weeks before I found myself in that freezer, the night shift felt almost normal. Almost. The fluorescent lights hummed their constant song, a low buzz that burrowed into my skull around hour 3. I worked alone, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., restocking shelves in aisles that stretched longer than they should. The store was empty, always empty. Just me and the hum and the cold air pouring from the refrigerated sections. I'd taken the job because I couldn't sleep anyway. Insomnia had chewed through my life for years, leaving me hollow-eyed and functional. Why waste the dark hours staring at my ceiling when I could get paid to stack cereal boxes? The work was mindless. Scan, stock, repeat. My hands moved on autopilot while my brain drifted somewhere else. That's when the morning crew started complaining. Shay Palmer found the first cart. Tuesday morning, 6:15 a.m., sitting in the middle of aisle 7, fully loaded. Milk, bread, canned soup, pasta, all neatly arranged. No receipt, no customer. "You see anyone?" she asked me, her voice friendly but careful. "No one comes in at night," she nodded slowly. Weird. Wednesday, another cart. Thursday, 2 more. The inventory reports showed the missing items. Scanned, paid for. But the registers stayed dark all night and I never saw a soul. Gary Hoffman called me into his office Friday morning, his face pale under the flickering break room lights. "Jordan," he didn't meet my eyes. "We need to talk about the discrepancies." "I don't know what's happening," I said. And I didn't, did I? "I'm pulling the security footage." His fingers drummed against the desk, tap, tap, tap. From 3:30 a.m. onwards, every night this week. My stomach tightened. "I've been awake the whole time." "Have you?" The question hung between us like smoke, because honestly, could I say for certain I hadn't closed my eyes, not even for a moment? Gary's office smelled like burnt coffee and sweat. He pulled up the footage without looking at me. His hand shook on the mouse. The click echoed too loud in the cramped space. "Tuesday night," he muttered. 3:30 a.m. The screen flickered. Black and white grain showed aisle 7, cereal boxes casting long shadows under fluorescent lights. Empty, silent. The timestamp blinked in the corner, 3:33 and 0 seconds. Then I walked into frame. My stomach dropped. You know that feeling when you see yourself in a photo you don't remember taking? This was worse. So much worse. I watched myself. Move, not the way I move. Too smooth, too purposeful. The one on screen, reached for a box of pasta, placed it in the cart, moved to the next aisle. That's not. "Keep watching," Gary said. The figure on screen, me but not me, filled the cart methodically. Soup, bread, milk. The exact items Shay had found. At 3:39 a.m., I watched myself scan each item at register 3. The beeps were silent on the footage, but I could imagine them cutting through the empty store. Then I restocked the shelves. Every single item, back where it belonged. At 3:45 a.m., the figure walked off camera toward the stockroom. Gary paused the video. "You told me you were organizing inventory Tuesday night, 3:30 to 4 a.m. I had been. I remembered sorting boxes, counting soap. My hands were steady then, not like now, trembling, slick with cold sweat. I wasn't, the words caught in my throat. But the timestamp didn't lie. While I thought I was in the stockroom, I was shopping, scanning, moving like something wearing my skin, 12 minutes. Gone. Vanished from my memory like they never existed. What was I doing during those 12 minutes? And why couldn't I remember any of it? I set 7 alarms on my phone for 3:30 a.m., not 3:33. Earlier. I needed to be ready, aware, before whatever took control. The footage played on loop in my mind, my own hands selecting groceries, my own body moving through the aisles like I belonged to someone else. I wouldn't let it happen again. What would you do if you couldn't trust your own memory? The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I stocked canned vegetables. 9 rows of kidney beans. I counted each one, stayed focused. 3 a.m. came and went. I checked my phone every 30 seconds. 3:29, 3:30. The alarms erupted, 7 overlapping beeps and buzzes. I silenced them. My heart hammered against my ribs. The stockroom door stood open behind me, boxes of cereal stacked 3 high. I planted my feet, gripped the metal shelf, focused on the hum of the lights, the chemical smell of floor cleaner, the cool air from the ventilation ducts. 3:31. Dizziness rolled through my skull like a wave. No, I blinked hard. The ceiling tiles blurred, doubled, my fingers tingled, then went numb. The shelf in my hand felt distant like I was touching it through thick gloves. I tried to call out, my mouth wouldn't move. The lights stretched into long white streaks, everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the stockroom. Cart beside me, full, pasta boxes, soup cans, bread, milk. My hands were freezing, actually freezing, like I'd been gripping ice. The store's heat blasted from the vents, but my fingers wouldn't warm. 3:46 a.m. 15 minutes gone. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from my own number, sent at 3:33 a.m. This is the only way I can leave. The meat freezer's compressor kicked on somewhere in the distance, a low mechanical groan that made my breath catch. Who had my phone during those 12 minutes? Another text arrived before I could look away from the screen. I've been dead in the freezer since 2019. Behind the meat section. Let me have my 12 minutes. My hands went numb. The phone felt slick, wet. I exhaled and watched my breath fog in the air. The store was heated, always 72 degrees. My breath shouldn't be visible. I turned slowly toward the back of the store, past the cereal aisle, past the dairy coolers humming their monotonous drone. The fluorescent lights stretched long shadows across the linoleum, and at the far end, near the butcher counter, the meat freezer door stood open. Just a crack, enough to see darkness beyond. Would you walk toward it? Knowing what the text said, I did. Each step felt heavier than the last, my sneakers squeaking against the floor. The air grew colder the closer I came, impossible but undeniable. The smell hit me next. Copper. Meat, something sterile and ancient like a hospital mixed with rot. The freezer door's rubber seal had peeled back, wet with condensation. I pressed my palm against the metal handle. Ice cold. My fingers stuck slightly when I pulled the door wider. Inside, hanging beef swayed on hooks. The plastic wrap crinkled in the freezer's motorized hum. I pushed past the first row, shoulders brushing against frozen meat. Then the second row. My phone's screen lit my path, a pale blue glow reflecting off frost-covered walls. At the back corner behind the largest side of beef, I saw it. A body, frozen solid, eyes open, skin gray with ice crystals, wearing a Save Mart uniform, faded, old style, the logo from years ago, wearing my face. My phone buzzed in my hand. Another text arriving from my own number, but I couldn't look away from those open, frozen eyes staring back at me. My phone buzzed again. The sound echoed off the freezer walls, off the frozen meat, off my own dead face staring back at me. The text glowed in the dim light. Don't look at me. Just let me shop. 6 more years and I can leave. I stumbled backward. My shoulder hit the metal door frame. The cold bit through my shirt, sharp and real. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't exhaustion, but 6 more years I ran. Past the checkout lanes, past the humming registers, straight to Gary's office. The door was locked, of course it was, but the filing cabinet wasn't. My hands shook as I yanked open the drawer labeled Personnel, 2015 to 2020. The fluorescent light above me buzzed and flickered. The smell of old paper and stale coffee filled my nose as I rifled through folders. Ellis, Jordan, my file, hired 3 weeks ago. Background check, direct deposit form. I flipped back further. 2019, January, there, Crane, Mitchell, Night Stalker. Last shift logged January 14th, 2019. Termination reason, no call, no show. 3 consecutive nights. Status, abandoned position. No investigation. No missing person report, just gone. Can you imagine just vanishing and nobody caring enough to ask why? I gripped the folder. The paper crumpled under my fingers. Mitchell Crane disappeared the same way I was about to. I had to see it again. Had to be sure. The freezer door hung open like a mouth. I pushed past the hanging beef, my breath clouding in front of me even though I was holding it. There the body, still frozen, still watching, but now I looked lower, at the name tag stitched into the uniform. The red thread spelled it clearly. Mitchell, Mitchell's name tag, Mitchell's uniform, my face. And that's when I heard the footsteps behind me in the dark. The footsteps stopped just beyond the freezer door. Jordan, Gary's voice cracked. You shouldn't be in there. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. He stood in the doorway, backlit by the fluorescent glow of the meat section. His face looked 10 years older than yesterday, gray skin, shadows pooling beneath his eyes. Mitchell Crane. My voice came out steadier than I expected. Tell me about Mitchell Crane. Gary's hand gripped the doorframe. His knuckles went white. We don't talk about Mitchell. Why not? I stepped toward him, boots crunching on frost. Why isn't there an investigation report? Why did you just mark him as abandoned? You don't understand. Then make me understand. The cold air burned my lungs. Because there's a body back there wearing his name tag, and it has my face. Gary flinched like I'd struck him. He stepped back, hand trembling as he pulled the freezer door shut behind us. The hydraulic hiss echoed too long in the empty store. My office, he whispered. Now. He moved through the aisles like a man walking to his execution. I followed, watching the rigid set of his shoulders, the way he kept glancing at the clock. 3:51 a.m. The numbers glowed sickly green. His office smelled like stale coffee and something else, something sour, like fear sweat dried into the furniture. Gary collapsed into his chair and pulled up the security system on his ancient desktop. The monitor flickered, casting blue light across his sagging features. "I should have quit in 2019, he muttered, fingers shaking over the keyboard. "Should have walked away like the manager before me did, before Mitchell. There was someone else." Gary pulled up archived footage. January 7th, 2019. The timestamp read 3:33 a.m. On screen, a young man walked the aisles. Dark hair, hollow eyes. He moved like a sleepwalker, filling a shopping cart with items: cereal, canned soup, frozen dinners. The cart overflowed. He scanned each item at register 7. Then he restocked everything, precise and mechanical, before returning to the stockroom. "That's Mitchell," Gary said. His voice had gone flat, dead. "Every night for 2 months. Same routine. 3:33 to 3:45. 12 minutes exactly." The footage quality was poor, grainy, but I could see Mitchell's expression. Vacant, absent, like watching a puppet with cut strings still trying to dance. "He told me he was blacking out," Gary continued. "Said he'd find carts he didn't remember filling. I told him he was just tired, overworked." He laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "Then one morning he didn't clock out, didn't leave. We searched everywhere. Except the freezer." Gary's silence was answer enough. He scrolled further back in the archives. 2013. Different footage, same store. Another night worker. A woman this time, red hair pulled into a ponytail. She walked the aisles at 3:33 a.m., filling a cart, scanning items, restocking. The exact same movements. "Before Mitchell, there was Rebecca Torres," Gary said. "Before her, I don't know. The manager before me kept his mouth shut. Just handed me the keys and said, 'Don't hire anyone for nights if you can avoid it.' My mouth went dry." "How long between them?" Gary met my eyes. The look there made my stomach drop. 6 years, he whispered. "Rebecca vanished February 2013. Mitchell vanished January 2019. He checked the calendar on his desk. "You started 2 weeks ago. February 20th, 2025. 6 years. The number echoed in my skull. "They all claimed they saw themselves," Gary continued, voice barely audible. "Rebecca told me she found her own body in the freezer. I thought she'd had a breakdown, then she disappeared and I looked. There was nothing there, nothing." He swallowed hard. "Until Mitchell, and when I finally checked after he vanished, the body was gone, just gone." The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. That constant electric drone I'd learned to ignore. But now it sounded different. Wrong. Like the frequency had shifted half a note flat. Can you imagine what that does to you? Knowing you hired someone to die, why didn't you warn me? My hands clenched into fists. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "Because I hoped it wouldn't happen again." Gary's eyes glistened. "I thought maybe it skipped. Maybe the pattern broke. But then you found the carts and I knew." He pulled up one more file. Security footage from last week. My first midnight shift. There I was on screen, walking the aisles at 3:33 a.m., filling a cart, scanning items, restocking. The same vacant expression Mitchell had worn. The same mechanical movements Rebecca had made. I'd already been doing it for 2 weeks, every single night. "You're next, Jordan," Gary said quietly. "And I don't know how to stop it." The monitor flickered. For just a fraction of a second, the timestamp glitched, jumping from 3:33 to 3:45 and back again. 12 minutes that didn't exist. 12 minutes I'd been living without knowing. And somewhere in that missing time, something was claiming me piece by piece, preparing the space I'd occupy for the next 6 years. I tore through the stockroom like someone drowning. Metal shelves rattled under my hands. Boxes crashed to the concrete floor. Dust swirled in the flickering fluorescent light, coating my throat with the taste of abandonment. Mitchell had to have left something. A note, a warning, anything. Gary said they boxed up his belongings 6 years ago. Never picked up, never claimed, but where? Where would they keep the ceiling vent? I dragged a ladder across the floor, climbed until my face pressed against the dusty grate. Cold air breathed against my cheek, carrying the chemical smell of freezer units running somewhere in the walls. My fingers pried at the metal slats. One corner gave way with a screech that made my teeth ache. Inside, wedged between ductwork, a spiral notebook. The cover felt wrong in my hands, too real. The pages crinkled as I opened them, and I saw Mitchell's handwriting, tight, panicked loops that grew worse with each entry. Day 43. I black out every 3:33 a.m. Can't stop it. Tried caffeine, tried pain, nothing works. My chest tightened. I kept reading. Day 67. I found my body. It's not me, it's the one before me. Rebecca's name tag. My face. How is that possible? The paper trembled, or maybe that was my hands. Day 89. The 12 minutes are all I have left. If I don't shop, I disappear completely. 6 years to pay the debt. The debt to the rest was scratched out. Black ink gouged through paper, except for one final line written in a different pen. Shaky, desperate, it's not the store, it's what lives in the cold. I'm not sleeping tonight. The break room door scrapes shut behind me. I shove a metal chair under the handle, then drag the vending machine, inch by grinding inch, until it blocks the entrance. My phone reads 3:21 a.m. 12 minutes, that's all I need to survive conscious. Coffee burns down my throat. The bitterness coats my tongue, sharp enough to keep me tethered. I slap my face, hard. The sting grounds me. The fluorescent lights above hum their constant electric lullaby, but I won't listen. 3:25. I pace. 4 steps to the wall, turn, 4 steps back. The clock on the wall ticks forward. But wait, has it always ticked that slowly? Each second stretches, elastic and wrong. 3:28. My hands shake around the coffee mug. You can do this. Stay awake. Stay here. Mitchell couldn't, but maybe he didn't know what was coming. I know, I've read his last words. I've seen what waits in the cold. 3:29, the lights flicker. No, I slam my palm against the wall switch. Nothing happens. The fluorescents buzz louder, angry wasps trapped in glass. Then, darkness swallows everything. I scream or try to, my voice won't come. When the lights return, a half second later, an hour, cold air shocks my lungs, the freezer, I'm standing in the freezer. Frost coats every surface. My breath blooms white. The shopping cart sits in front of me, full of items I don't remember selecting. My fingers grip the handle, already numb. The door swings shut with a heavy metallic groan. Behind the hanging beef, movement catches my eye. The body. My body, its head turns, slowly, deliberately. Frost cracks along its neck as those frozen eyes lock onto mine. Its mouth opens, ice crystals breaking from blue lips. Your turn. The voice scrapes out like wind through a tune. Tonight. I ran. The freezer door slammed shut behind me. My sneakers skidded on the tile, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like wasps trapped in glass. The front entrance glowed ahead. Automatic doors, freedom, dawn just hours away. I hit the sensor pad. Nothing. Shoved the glass with both palms. The doors didn't even rattle, locked from the inside. The break room clock read 3:32 a.m. 2 minutes. My chest tightened, breath fogging in air that shouldn't be cold but was. The vending machines hummed their monotonous chorus, oblivious. Hardware. Aisle 9. I sprinted past cereal boxes and canned goods, their labels blurring into smears of color. The axe hung on pegboard beneath a flickering tube light. My hands closed around the wooden handle, solid, real, heavy enough to break through whatever held me here. But I didn't go back to the doors. I went to the freezer. The logic felt distant, like watching myself from underwater. If the body was the anchor, if I could remove it before 3:33, maybe the cycle would break. Maybe Mitchell had never tried this. The axe blade caught the light as I raised it, then brought it down hard on the freezer's external lock. Metal shrieked. The impact vibrated up my forearms, teeth rattling. 3 more swings. The lock gave. Inside, cold air rolled out thick as smoke, carrying the smell of frost and old meat. The body lay where I'd left it, my face, Mitchell's name tag, eyes still open. I grabbed it under the arms. Rigid. Ice crystals scraped against my palms, so heavy. Dead weight has its own terrible gravity. I dragged it into the main aisle, fluorescent lights buzzing louder now, almost frantic. 3:33 a.m. Oh no, I felt it happen. Not pain. Worse. A sensation like stepping out of myself. No, like being photocopied, soul and flesh split down some invisible seam. One version of me set down the frozen body and walked toward a shopping cart that hadn't been there a moment ago, hands reaching, eyes vacant. The other version stood frozen, watching, unable to move, unable to scream. When Shay found me at 6:15 a.m., the freezer was empty. I was stocking cereal in aisle 3, boxes aligned with mechanical precision. She asked if I'd had a quiet night. I told her yes. I didn't remember saying it. I don't remember the customers anymore. But every morning there are full carts. And I know I have 5 years and 11 months left. I counted 16 people. There should have been 15. I ran the numbers twice, standing at the edge of Blackridge Dark Sky Preserve with my clipboard rattling in the night wind. Pine needles crunched beneath my boots. 15 registered attendees for the Perseid Meteor Shower Tour. But 16 bodies scattered across the field, silhouettes hunched over telescopes, breath misting in the August cold. The 16th stood 30 feet away, wearing my jacket, my exact jacket, North Face left pocket torn from last year's barbed wire incident. He held something slim and red in his hand, my laser pointer, the one currently clipped to my belt. Can you imagine that? Seeing yourself across an empty field at 2 in the morning, I walked toward him. Gravel crunched too loud. He turned and oh, God, his face was mine but older, decades older. Scars carved lines across his cheeks, geometric patterns that caught the starlight. When he exhaled, his breath came out in a visible cloud despite the mild temperature. It smelled wrong, metallic, like sucking on old coins. "You need to leave," he said. His voice was mine, eroded by exhaustion. "All of you, 237, you have 53 minutes. What are you, meteorite impact, center of the field?" He grabbed my arm. His fingers were ice. "I've tried 6 times, they never listen." That's when I heard it, high above, cutting through the cricket's song. A whistling, thin, distant, growing. "Everyone back to the vehicles," I shouted, spinning toward the group. "Now, this isn't. Is this part of the tour?" Rachel called back, laughing. They thought I was joking. I wasn't joking. The whistling grew louder, and I realized something that made my stomach drop. Why his scars looked like coordinates. I gasped awake in the van. The smell hit me first, cold coffee and paper, the familiar mustiness of star charts piled on the passenger seat. My hands trembled against the steering wheel. Outside, voices drifted through the darkness. Cheerful casual, setting up tripods, adjusting telescope mounts. No, 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 I pressed my palms against my chest, my stomach, my face. Skin intact. No burns, no blood. The screaming still echoed in my skull. That high, horrible whistling. And then the impact. The flash that turned night into white fire. But my body bore no evidence of what I'd just lived through. The dashboard clock read 1:45 a.m. I stumbled out. The field stretched before me exactly as it had an hour ago, or would be in 52 minutes. Rachel was crouched beside her telescope, breath misting in the October air. Keith argued with someone about parking angles. Melissa adjusted her camera strap. Alive, all of them alive. "We have to leave," my voice cracked. "Right now, all of you." Rachel looked up. "Derek, you okay? There's going to be an impact." 237. A meteorite, I've seen it, Whoa, hey. Keith stepped closer, hands raised like I was a spooked animal. "What ray you talking about? How do you explain dying? How do you make someone believe they have 51 minutes left unless they run? Please." I hated the tremor in my voice, the desperation leaking through. "I know how this sounds, but you have to trust me. Derek." Rachel's tone shifted, softer now. "Concerned, the way you'd speak to someone fragile. Did you hit your head or something?" "I'm not." The words died in my throat. Because at the field's edge, where pine shadows bled into starlight, something moved. A figure, watching. And I recognized the jacket it wore. I waited at the tree line. But the figure never came. No duplicate. No scarred face. Just wind through the pines and the smell of sap mixed with something sharp I couldn't name. I circled the field twice, pulse hammering against my ribs, but found only Rachel adjusting her telescope and Keith laughing at something on his phone. The absence felt worse than the presence. I forced myself to breathe, to wait. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe without the other me, without the panic, I could simply convince them to leave before 2:37. But when I approached at 2:15, voice steady, hands open, Rachel cut me off. "Derek, we talked about this. Please just listen." "No." Keith stepped closer, phone already out. "I'm calling someone, you need help." The cold air bit through my jacket, not his. What would you do if no one believed the truth clawing up your throat? At 2:20, I stopped asking. I grabbed Melissa's arm, thin fabric bunching under my fingers, and pulled. She screamed. Keith tackled me into frozen grass that crunched like teeth, and I tasted copper and dirt. I kicked free, lunged for Rachel, dragged her 3 steps before hands yanked me backward. "You're insane," Keith's voice sounded, delayed, like an echo arriving too late. They held me down. I stopped fighting at 2:35. Just watched the stars overhead, tried to memorize constellations I'd never see again. At 2:37, the sky didn't fall. It tore. A sound like fabric ripping, but vast, so vast it vibrated in my bones. Light flooded the field, white and hungry, turning shadows inside out. Heat slammed into my face. Someone was screaming my name, but the syllables stretched and warped, and darkness swallowed the light. I woke screaming in the van, dashboard clock glowing 1:45, and the screaming wouldn't stop because the sound was coming from me. But this time, my hands were shaking for a different reason. I stopped screaming after the first minute. 1:45, again. The van smelled like cold coffee and my own sweat. My hands, oh God, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I grabbed the clipboard from the passenger seat, metal clip cold against my palm, and started writing. Everything, every single detail I could remember. Rachel arrives first. Blue parka, sets up telescope northeast corner. Keith second, red flashlight, argues about parking. Melissa third. I wrote faster, the pencil scratching rhythm keeping me sane. If I documented everything, I could find the pattern. I could fix this. By 2:15, I'd filled 3 pages. The group moved like actors following a script I'd memorized. Rachel adjusted her tripod. Keith complained about the cold. Melissa attached her camera. I checked my notes, checked the field, checked again. And that's when I saw it. Rachel's telescope had a scratch along the left side of the barrel, a thin white line catching starlight. I stared at it, my chest tightening. That scratch. It hadn't been there before, I was certain. 3 loops of watching her set up that exact telescope, and the scratch was new. "Everything okay, Derek?" Rachel's voice cut through my thoughts. "Your telescope," I said, stepping closer. "When did you scratch it?" She frowned, running her finger along the mark. "Oh, that happened last week when Keith." His voice behind me. "Keith, you mentioned your wife earlier." He turned, breath misting in the frigid air. "Yeah. What about her?" My notes trembled in my grip. In the first loop, Keith had been alone, complained about being single. Now he had a wife he'd mentioned casually, like she'd always existed. The field felt colder. Wrong. What would you do if reality started rewriting itself around you? And you were the only one who remembered what it used to be. I worked fast. If reality itself was unraveling, then words wouldn't save them. The spark plugs came out easily, cold metal biting my fingertips. Rachel's sedan, Keith's truck, Melissa's compact. One by one, I disabled every vehicle in the dirt lot, my breath fogging in the November chill. The forest pressed close around me, pine sap thick in the air. 2 minutes past 2. I'd barely straightened when footsteps crunched behind me. "What the hell are you doing?" Keith's voice, sharp, angry. I turned, spark plug still in my palm. "Getting you out of here." But Rachel was already at her hood and Melissa was running toward the others. Therefore my window collapsed. Shouts erupted. Hands grabbed my arms. My clipboard clattered to the dirt. "He sabotaged the cars. Call the police. There's no signal out here, just Just hold him." They forced me down, knees in the cold earth. Keith's grip on my shoulder felt like iron, and I couldn't break free, couldn't make them understand. "Have you ever tried to save someone who thinks you're the threat?" "Please," I gasped. "Please, at 2:37, shut up." Keith's face was inches from mine. "You're done." The minutes bled away. 20 past 2, 30. I stopped struggling, stopped begging. My knees went numb against the frozen ground. At 2:36, I smelled it. Burnt metal, cold breath against my neck. He stood among them now, my older self, face carved with scars that looked like star charts, weeping. His mouth didn't move, but I heard the words inside my skull. "You can't save them." The sky began to scream. I woke gasping, loop 7, maybe 8. The van's interior looked wrong. I couldn't place it. Same coffee-stained cup holder. Same folded star charts. But the angle of the driver's seat felt off, like someone else had been sitting there. Outside, voices murmured in the darkness, setting up telescopes. Again, I stumbled into the field and froze. The tree line, it was different. The tall pine that always leaned slightly left now stood straight. A cluster of birches had vanished entirely, replaced by dense undergrowth that looked decades old. Had they always been there? My memory felt like wet paper tearing at the edges. "Derek, you okay?" Rachel's voice. I turned. Her face, wasn't it? Same dark hair pulled back, same concerned eyes, but her jawline seemed sharper, cheekbones higher. Or had I simply forgotten what she really looked like? "Yeah," I managed. "Just tired." Keith walked past, lugging equipment. His wedding ring caught the moonlight. He'd been married in loop 4, single in loop 2. I couldn't remember anymore what was real. Can you imagine losing track of people's faces, of trees, of your own memories? The cold hit differently tonight, bit deeper. I checked my watch, 1:53, still early. Maybe I could. Then I smelled it. Burnt metal, sharp and nauseating like inhaling copper shavings. The temperature dropped so fast my breath turned to fog. He stood at the field's edge, my older self, already. It wasn't even 2 o'clock yet. His scars looked deeper, fresh, weeping. His mouth opened. "You're becoming," cold breath washed over me, tasted like blood and electricity. I looked down at my hands. Thin white lines traced across my palms. New scars forming as I watched. The same pattern that covered his ruined face. And I understood with absolute certainty what those coordinates meant. I stepped out of the van and saw myself standing by the tree line. 3 of me, all scarred, all wearing my jacket, my boots, my face carved with white lines that glowed faintly in the darkness. They stood at different points around the field's perimeter, motionless as fence posts, eyes fixed on nothing. My palms burned where the scars had appeared an hour ago, or a lifetime ago. I couldn't tell anymore. Rachel walked past the nearest one, tripod slung over her shoulder. She didn't flinch, didn't even glance at him. "Rachel," I called, my voice cracking. "Do you see?" "Derek, hey," she smiled, adjusting her telescope case. "You okay? You look pale." The version of me standing 12 feet behind her didn't move, didn't breathe. His chest was perfectly still and frost crept across his collar despite the August heat. "There's someone," I pointed. She turned, looked directly at him, through him. "Just us night owls," she said. already walking away toward her usual set-up spot. I approached the nearest duplicate slowly, my boots crunching gravel that his feet made no sound on. Up close I could smell it, that burnt metal odor, thick as smoke. His scars formed patterns I'd started to recognize, coordinates, dates, times. "Who are you?" I whispered. His eyes didn't shift, didn't blink. I reached out. My fingers passed through cold air 6 inches from his shoulder, and pain shot up my arm like frostbite. I jerked back, gasping. What would you do if you saw yourself dying in slow motion, and no one else could see it happening? The hours dragged. I tried to focus on the group, Melissa adjusting her camera, Keith arguing about the best observation angle, but my attention kept snapping back to them. The 3 failures, the 3 endings. At 2:15 they moved, not toward the group, toward me. Their footsteps made no sound, but I felt them, vibrations through the earth that matched my own heartbeat. They formed a triangle around me, closing in with mechanical precision. At 2:30 exactly they stopped, inches away. Their mouths opened in perfect synchronization, and cold breath washed over my face as they spoke with one voice, layered and echoing like a canyon. "We are the loop. We are the impact." The scars on their faces began to glow brighter, and I felt my own skin splitting open to join them. The pain stopped. I stumbled backward, but the 3 versions didn't follow. They remained motionless, arranged in a perfect triangle around me. The luminescence faded from their scars. My own skin sealed itself. No blood, no wound. Just thin white lines etched across my forearms like fresh burns. I could still hear Rachel calling telescope coordinates behind me. She hadn't noticed anything. None of them ever did. My hands trembled as I lifted my right arm toward the starlight. The scars weren't random. I'd been so focused on surviving, on warning, on evacuating. But these marks formed patterns. Angles, degrees, minutes, seconds. Celestial coordinates. 20 years of guiding meteor showers, and I'd never seen it. The oldest version's face. Those deep grooves I thought were just trauma. They mapped a section of sky. I turned to the nearest duplicate, forcing myself to look closely at the marks carved into his cheek. Right ascension, declination, precise measurements. Would you believe me if I told you my own scars itched in response? A cold burning sensation, like frostbite spreading beneath the skin. I fumbled for the laser pointer in my jacket pocket. The metal felt too warm against my palm, as if it had been resting near a fire. The others were settling into their observation positions now. Keith adjusting his camera tripod. Melissa spreading her blanket on the damp grass. 2:28 a.m. 9 minutes left. I aimed the laser pointer toward the sky, hands shaking so badly the green beam wavered. I traced the pattern from my forearm first, a simple line, 47 degrees from horizontal. Then the second scar, the third. Each line intersected with the others. The beam converged on a single point, not where I'd been watching all these loops, not the southeastern sky where meteorites usually appeared in October. This was wrong. The coordinates pointed northwest, toward a region that should have been below the horizon at this latitude. But there it was, a star I'd never noticed before, faint, pulsing. The color was off too red, almost infrared, like watching something through a heat signature camera. My breath caught. The smell hit me then, metallic and sharp like ozone after lightning, but underneath it's something organic, rotting. I lowered the pointer. All three duplicates had turned to face the same direction, their heads tilted at identical angles, staring at that impossible star. Oh, the loops weren't trying to prevent an impact. They were echoes, ripples moving backward through time from something that hadn't arrived yet, but would. And when it did, there would be no reset at 1:45 a.m. I had to be at the center. The thought arrived with a certainty that tasted like copper. The coordinates mapped onto my arms, the red star pulsing overhead. They all converged on one point, the exact spot where the meteorite would strike. I turned from the three scarred versions of myself and ran, not away, toward. Rachel shouted something behind me, but I was already screaming at the group to get to their cars. Now, this time I didn't explain. I shoved Keith toward the dirt road. Melissa dropped her camera. I didn't care. I grabbed telescopes and hurled them into the pine trees. They scattered. Finally. Their headlights bounced down the access road, red tail lights shrinking to embers. The field emptied. The silence that followed pressed against my eardrums like deep water. 2:36 a.m. I walked to the field's center and stopped. The grass here felt wrong beneath my boots, flattened, scorched though it looked green. I exhaled slowly, watching my breath fog in the August heat. Impossible, but there it was. Then I smelled it. My own breath, metallic, burnt, just like theirs. Can you imagine understanding you've been running from yourself? That every warning, every loop, every scar was just an echo trying to remember how to die properly. The older versions of me emerged from the dark, not three anymore, dozens, circling. Their scars glowed faint red, matching the star overhead. They moved closer, steps synchronized with my racing heartbeat. The sky split open, not with sound, with pressure. The air turned solid, then shattered. I looked up into a wound of light that shouldn't exist, and the older selves stepped into me. Through me, merging, their memories flooded in. I saw the first loop, the first impact, the way my body had vaporized before my brain registered the flash. I'd been dead since the beginning. But if I was dead, what had been resetting the loop? White light burned through my eyelids. I woke to the rhythmic beep of monitors, the chemical sting of disinfectant, the scratch of starched sheets against my skin. My throat felt raw. How long had I been screaming? A nurse appeared, middle-aged, kind eyes. She touched my wrist, checking my pulse the old-fashioned way. "Mr. Ashford, you're in County General. You've been unconscious for 3 weeks. 3 weeks." I tried to speak. My voice cracked. The meteorite. 40 miles from town," she said gently. "You're very lucky they found you alone in the field." Alone. The word hit like cold water. I sat up too fast. The room tilted. "The group," I rasped. 15 people. Where her expression changed. Sympathy mixed with something else. Caution. "The detective will want to speak with you." She didn't answer the question. That told me everything. They brought me a mirror when I asked. My hands shook as I held it. My face looked thinner, older, but recognizable. Then I saw it. A thin white scar along my left temple, delicate, precise. It hadn't been there before. Can you imagine tracing a mark on your own skin and knowing you died to earn it? The detective came that afternoon, rumpled suit, tired voice. He placed an evidence bag on the table beside my bed. Inside, a twisted piece of metal, my laser pointer, melted into an impossible shape. 15 people reported at the site that night, he said quietly. We found their vehicles, their equipment, no bodies, no blood, no tracks leading away. I stared at the melted metal. You were holding this when the Rangers found you. I looked past him to the wall clock. White face, black hands, 2:37. The second hand didn't move. I checked my watch. It ticked normally. 3:15 in the afternoon. But the wall clock stayed frozen. The detective followed my gaze, frowned. Maintenance must have forgotten to change the battery, he muttered. He left. The nurse left. I lay alone in the white room, listening to my heartbeat sync with the monitor's rhythm, and watched the clock that would never move past 2:37 again. My breath fogged in the warm air, just once, then stopped. The lights died at 3:47 a.m. I was halfway down the basement corridor when the fluorescents cut out, plunging County General's guts into darkness. My boots scraped concrete. The emergency generator kicked in, that familiar diesel growl I'd heard 1,000 times, and the lights flickered back. Weak, stuttering. I didn't need my flashlight yet. The generator room hummed steady behind me, all systems normal. I'd checked it twice already. Nothing wrong. Nothing I could see anyway but the morgue corridor. Oh, the morgue corridor was different. The overhead lights strobed there, rapid-fire pulses that turned the hallway into a flip book. On, off, on, off. My eyes struggled to adjust. The smell hit me first, ozone, sharp and electric, mixing with something sweeter. Formaldehyde, the morgue's perfume. I squinted down the long hallway. Metal drawer handles lined both walls, catching light with each flicker. On, off, on. Someone stood at the far end. My chest tightened. I froze mid-step. The figure was motionless, silhouetted against the emergency exit sign's red glow. Off. On, off, still there, not moving, just standing. I blinked hard. Hello. My voice echoed off concrete and came back wrong, too flat, too dead. The light stabilized, holding steady now with a faint electrical buzz. I could see clearly down the entire corridor. Nobody there. The hallway was empty, completely empty. Just those drawer handles and that red exit sign bleeding light into the dark. I exhaled slowly, feeling my pulse in my throat. Shift work does this sometimes, makes you see things that aren't there. I pulled out my phone, called it in. Electrical fault, intermittent power loss, basement level. Standard report. I turned to leave. But the question followed me up the stairs, cold and insistent as the formaldehyde smell clinging to my uniform. Why had the figure been wearing the same clothes as me? The call came again the next night. 3:47 a.m. Exact same time. My phone buzzed with the dispatcher's monotone voice. County General, basement electrical fault, morgue corridor. I told myself it was coincidence. Hospitals have electrical problems. Old buildings. Bad wiring. Nothing strange about getting called back, but I brought my heavy flashlight this time. The generator room looked identical, humming machinery, that persistent ozone smell hanging in the stale air. I walked toward the morgue corridor and the lights began their rapid strobing pulse. My thumb found the flashlight switch. The figure stood at the hallway's end. This time, oh, this time I saw everything. The strobing lights froze him in snapshots, each flash revealing more detail. He held a red metal toolbox, my model. The exact dents in the corners matched mine, and on his chest, a badge glinted under the emergency exit sign. I squinted. The name was mine, Marcus Levy, maintenance. My breath caught. The cold down here suddenly felt wrong, too deep, like it was seeping through my skin into my bones. The lights stabilized with an electric click. Empty hallway. Just concrete and shadows. But there, dead center in the corridor, perfectly aligned with the floor tiles, sat my toolbox. The red paint gleamed under the fluorescent lights. I looked down at my right hand. Empty. I'd been carrying it when I entered. I know I had. The weight of it, the familiar worn handle. I never set it down. Would you remember putting something down? Could you forget in just seconds? I walked forward, each footstep echoing too loud. The toolbox sat there, impossibly centered, like someone had measured the exact middle of the hallway and placed it with surgical precision. I reached for the handle. The metal was ice cold, and that's when I heard the scraping sound behind me, coming from inside the morgue. My hands shook as I knelt beside the toolbox. The latches clicked open, metal so cold it burned my fingertips. Inside, nestled between the screwdrivers and wire strippers I'd used for 20 years, lay a single hospital toe tag. White plastic, black ink, my full name printed in block letters, Marcus David Levy. I lifted it, and my breath stopped. Today's date, December 17th. Time of death, 4:15 a.m. My watch read 4:09, 6 minutes. What would you do? Hold a tag with your name, your death, counting down like a timer you can't shut off. I wanted to laugh, to scream. The sound caught in my throat came out as a choked gasp that echoed down the corridor. The fluorescent lights died. Total darkness swallowed the hallway, so complete I couldn't see my hands in front of my face. The generator hum continued, steady as a heartbeat, but no power reached the lights. I fumbled for my flashlight, dropped it, heard it clatter against concrete. Behind me, metal scraped against metal, slow, deliberate. The sound of a drawer sliding open on ancient rails. My fingers found the flashlight. I pressed the button, nothing, pressed again. The beam flickered once, twice, then held. I wasn't in the hallway anymore. I stood inside the morgue. The walls surrounded me, lined floor to ceiling with metal drawers. The formaldehyde smell was overwhelming now, chemical and sweet, coating the back of my tongue. One drawer gaped open at eye level, 3 feet away. Empty, dark. The label beneath it glowed white in my flashlight beam. My name stared back at me. I stumbled backward. My spine hit cold metal, another drawer behind me. The impact sent vibrations through my ribs. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The label on the open drawer at eye level was crisp, white, unmistakable, Marcus Levy. No, I ran. My boots hammered concrete. The formaldehyde stench clung to my throat as I sprinted toward the double doors. Behind me, nothing moved. No footsteps followed. Just the steady hum of the generator vibrating through the walls. I grabbed the door handle, Twisted hard. Locked. I yanked again. The metal wouldn't give. My shoulder rammed the door. Pain exploded through my collarbone, but the exit didn't budge. Hey, my voice bounced off tile and steel. Someone lock me in here, silence answered. What would you do, trapped in a morgue with your name on a drawer? My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed blue in the darkness. 3:47 a.m. I stared at the numbers. That wasn't right. My watch had shown 4:09 just minutes ago. 6 minutes until the time on the toe tag. 6 minutes until the phone screen didn't change. The digits stayed frozen. 3:47 a.m. Time had reset. I pressed my back against the locked door and slid down. My breathing was too loud, too fast. The generator's hum was the only other sound in the entire basement. No footsteps above. No voices. Just machinery and my pulse hammering in my ears. Something white caught my eye near the far wall. I crawled toward it. Another toe tag lay on the floor. Different handwriting. Different date, October 9th, 2 years ago, but the time of death, 4:15 a.m., exactly the same. How many times had I died down here? I needed answers. The generator room. There had to be records. My boots echoed against concrete as I stumbled back down the corridor, past the morgue's closed doors, past the toolbox I didn't remember setting down. The generator room's metal door stood open. Fluorescent light spilled across scattered tools and oil-stained floor. The desk in the corner held a thick logbook, its spine cracked from use. I flipped it open. The pages smelled like old paper and machine grease. My handwriting filled every line. October 3rd, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault. Resolved 4:15 a.m. September 18th, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault. Resolved 4:15 a.m. July 9th, 3:47 a.m. Generator fault. Resolved 4:15 a.m. The dates went back and back. Page after page, my signature, my notes, identical times, identical reports. I turned faster, the pages rustling like wings. 2 years of entries, then 3. All mine, all the same. I don't remember any of this. Not one single call. My hands shook as I traced the ink with my finger cold. The letters felt cold. Footsteps. Soft rubber soles on concrete. Someone was coming down the hallway. Relief flooded through me so fast I nearly collapsed. Another person. Someone who could explain this nightmare. Tell me I wasn't losing my mind. Help me understand why time kept resetting, and my name kept appearing on toe tags, and a woman in scrubs rounded the corner. Asian features, dark circles under her eyes, a stethoscope draped around her neck. Her ID badge read Chen Annie, I see you. Hey, I said, my voice cracked. Hey, I need help, something's wrong with. She walked past me, straight past, like I wasn't there. No, wait, please. I reached for her arm, my hand passed through her shoulder. She stopped at the generator room entrance, pulled a radio from her belt. Static crackled. Security, this is Chen. I'm in the basement near the generator room. Found. She paused, her breath fogging in air that had suddenly gone arctic. Found the site. Marcus Levy, deceased. Electrical accident, 3 years ago tonight. But then she turned and looked directly at where I stood. I called out to her. My voice cracked on her name. Annie turned toward the stairwell door, radio still crackling against her hip. She walked forward, straight through the space where I stood. No collision, no acknowledgement, nothing. The air where she passed turned cold. Hospital antiseptic mixed with something metallic, like blood left too long under fluorescent lights. I stumbled backward against the concrete wall, my palm flat against the surface, feeling the rough texture to prove I was still. "Something, Annie, please." She disappeared through the stairwell door. It swung shut with a heavy click. I followed. The stairs echoed with my footsteps. At least I still made sound. The fluorescents overhead hummed their constant electrical drone, and somewhere above, a ventilation system wheezed stale air through metal ducts. I climbed 2 flights, 3. My legs didn't tire, they should have. I'd always hated these stairs. 4th floor. ICU wing. The doors opened to absolute stillness. Every clock on the wall read 3:47. The second hands didn't move. A medication cart sat abandoned mid-hallway, one wheel still raised as if someone had been pushing it and simply stopped. At the nurse's station, a coffee cup sat tilted on its edge, liquid frozen mid-spill over the counter's lip. Steam rose from it in a motionless column. What would you do if time itself refused to move forward? I walked past empty patient rooms, beds made with crisp corners, monitors dark. No one here, no Annie, no doctors, no patients coded or dying or breathing, just the suffocating silence of a moment trapped in amber. I returned to the stairwell, descended. The basement generator room door hung open. Fluorescent light spilled into the corridor, painting everything in that sickly yellow-green glow. I stepped inside. He stood beside the generator, the doppelganger, my twin. Same uniform, same boots, same badge clipped to the same pocket. He held a wrench in one hand, staring at the electrical panel as if reading some message written in circuit breakers and copper wire. I moved closer. My breathing echoed in the small space, but his chest didn't rise or fall. "Hey," he didn't turn. I reached out, touched the wrench in his hand. Ice shot up my arm, not cold, ice. The kind that burns skin on contact, that fuses metal to flesh. I jerked back, cradling my hand against my chest. Frost clung to my fingertips. The doppelganger's head turned. Slowly, his face, my face, looked at me with eyes that held no recognition, no warmth, just the empty stare of something that had been waiting a very long time. If he was the ghost, then what was I? The cold spreads from my palm up my forearm. Not just cold, absence, like touching the void between stars. The doppelganger's empty eyes bore into mine, and suddenly I'm not in the generator room anymore. I'm in a delivery ward. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. A nurse hands me a bundle, impossibly small, fingers like flower petals curling against my thumb. The clock on the wall reads 3:47 a.m. "Sophia," I whisper. Her name tastes like morning, but the memory fractures, splinters. She's 7 years old now, hospital bed, monitors beeping steady rhythms around her small frame. Pneumonia, they said. Routine, they said. I kiss her forehead before my shift. "I'll be right downstairs, baby, just fixing a few things." The generator hum drags me forward through time. 3 years ago, this basement, my phone vibrating against my hip, Frank's voice crackling through, Power fluctuation on 4th floor ICU. They need you now. I remember checking the electrical panel. Just one more connection. 5 more minutes to stabilize the grid. Then the intercom, a nurse's voice urgent. Code blue, ICU bed 7, code blue. Bed 7, Sophia's bed. I remember my hand hovering over the breaker. The hospital needed power. The ICU needed power. She needed. Oh God, the ozone smell is sharper now, mixed with the phantom scent of antiseptic and fear sweat. I tried to bypass the damaged circuit. Faster. My hands shaking, stripping wires, twisting connections. 4:14 a.m. The breaker sparked. Electricity doesn't care about intention. It found the path through my wet gloves, through my chest, stopping my heart at exactly 4:15 a.m. The same minute the monitors upstairs went silent. I never left this basement, never held her hand, never said goodbye. The doppelganger still stares, wrench raised, frozen in the same task I died performing. And I finally understand what I've been doing every night since. The cold left my hand burning, but the memories, they stayed. I staggered backward, breath coming in shallow gasps. The doppelganger stood motionless beside the generator, tools still gripped in pale fingers. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, the same lights that had flickered 3 years ago, the same generator that had refused to stay online. Then, oh God, then it spoke. You didn't save her, my voice, exactly my voice. Every inflection, every worn edge I'd heard in recordings, in voicemails I'd left for Sophia when she was at school. The sound crawled under my skin. You stayed down here, it continued, turning its head toward me. Slow, deliberate. The lights failed at 4:15 a.m. she coded. The generator's hum grew louder, drowning out my pulse. You heard the alarm through the intercom but kept working. I had. The memory crystallized now, sharp as broken glass. The crackle of static, Annie Chen's voice urgent over the speaker mounted above the breaker panel. Code blue, ICU bed 7. Code blue. And my hands. My hands had stayed on the circuit breaker, trying to force the connection. Because if I could just restore power, the ventilators would keep running. The monitors would stay online. Everyone would be saved. You were electrocuted at exactly 4:15 a.m. trying to bypass the breaker. The scar on my palm throbbed. The one that wasn't there anymore, because this body, this form I wore, it was memory, not flesh. The doppelganger stepped closer. Its breath smelled like ozone, like burning wire insulation. You chose the machine over her. No, I chose. Now you choose every night. The lights flickered once, twice. My watch remained frozen at 3:47 a.m. What would you do if you realized the choice wasn't over? I understand now. The lights aren't broken. They flicker because my brain is dying, over and over in a 28-minute loop. The fluorescent strobe white, then dim, matching the rhythm of neurons misfiring 3 years ago when 440 volts tore through my chest. The generator hum I've heard every night isn't machinery at all. It's the electrical buzz of my last moment, replaying endlessly in whatever passes for my consciousness now. Every night I return to this basement. Every night I try to fix the breaker, restore the power, undo what cannot be undone. I thought I was being called to repair the hospital, but there's nothing wrong with the hospital. The thing that needs fixing is me. And I've been broken for 3 years. The doppelganger stands motionless beside the generator, tools in hand. I finally see the truth. He isn't haunting me, he is me. The ghost technician, forever on call, forever trying to solve a problem that has no solution. My hands look solid, but when I press them against the concrete wall, I feel nothing. No temperature, no texture, just the memory of touch. I walk toward the morgue corridor. My boots make no sound. The overhead lights flicker again, and in the strobing darkness I see it clearly. One drawer, halfway down the hall, slightly ajar. My name printed on the label in block letters. The smell hits me, formaldehyde mixing with something else. Something sweet and rotten. Would you open a drawer with your name on it? I reach for the cold metal handle. Pull it toward me. The rollers glide smooth, silent. And there I am. The corpse wore my wedding ring. The metal drawer felt ice cold beneath my hand. Formaldehyde stung my nostrils, thick and medicinal. My body, the real one, lay perfectly preserved in County General's basement darkness. The uniform I'd worn that night still carrying traces of electrical burn marks across the chest. The watch on my wrist, frozen at 4:15. I reached toward my own face. Gray skin, lips pulled back slightly. The expression wasn't peaceful. It was the look of someone who realized too late what they'd chosen. Behind me, the generator hummed its eternal song. But something had changed. The doppelganger stood in the doorway now, tools hanging loose in translucent hands. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. We both knew what came next. I could walk back to the generator room, reset the loop, spend another 3 years, another 30, trying to fix machinery that never truly broke. Or I could do what I should have done that night when the alarm started screaming through the intercom. I should have gone to her. Sophia died at 4:15 a.m. while I stayed in the basement, convinced the hospital needed me more than she did. That machines mattered more than holding my daughter's hand while her heart forgot how to beat. What would you do if you could rewind one choice? If you could loop forever, would you? Or would you finally let go? The lights flickered. Once. Twice. I lowered myself onto the metal slab beside my own corpse. The cold bit through me, or maybe I'd always been this cold. The doppelganger watched as I lay back, finally still, finally done with fixing things. The generator's hum faded, then silence. The drawer slid shut, and the hospital released its breath. My reflection didn't move when I did. 2 in the morning. The conveyor belt hummed its steady rhythm, carrying mirror 4891 under my inspection lamp. I raised my hand and watched the glass remain empty. Just the factory wall behind me, fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead, the smell of machine oil thick in the cold air. I counted. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 10 seconds. 15. 20. My hand hung in the air like an idiot's wave. The clipboard felt slick with sweat against my palm, but I couldn't look away from that empty glass. Can you imagine standing there, watching a mirror refuse to see you? 30 seconds. Then he moved. My reflection, no, not mine anymore. It raised its hand slowly, deliberately, but the other hand gripped a wrench, chrome handle, rubber grip. I'd never touched the toolbox tonight, hadn't needed to. The figure in the glass turned away from me, walked toward something behind itself. A door, gray metal, push bar across the middle. Emergency exit markings I'd seen 1,000 times, except we didn't have an emergency exit on that wall, just concrete and circuit breakers. My reflection pushed the bar. The phantom door swung open onto darkness. He stepped through and vanished. The mirror went black, not reflecting black, just empty like switched-off glass. I spun toward the conveyor belt. The next mirror rolled past. Empty. The next. Empty. 20 mirrors on the line, and every single one showed nothing but the factory behind me. Then I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Boots on concrete, matching my rhythm exactly. But I wasn't moving. 3 weeks earlier, I didn't know what I'd become. 11 p.m. The conveyor belt rumbled to life beneath fluorescent lights that hummed like dying wasps. I clocked in, grabbed my clipboard from the metal desk, and walked to my station at the quality control line. 20 mirrors per hour. 8 hours. Alone. The factory smelled like machine oil and cold concrete. November air seeped through cracks in the loading dock doors, raising goosebumps on my forearms. I preferred the isolation. No small talk. No questions about why Diane left or why I never saw Emmy anymore. Mirror number 4719 rolled past my inspection lamp. I leaned in, checked the edges for imperfections. The surface was flawless, commercial grade, destined for some hotel bathroom or department store. I blinked to refocus my eyes under the harsh light. My reflection blinked back. 1 second late, I froze, waited, blinked again deliberately, counting in my head. 1 Mississippi. Then my reflection's eyelids dropped and rose. The lag was impossible. Light it doesn't wait. I marked the clipboard with a red X defective, moved it off the line. The next mirror arrived. I waved my hand left to right, watching. The delay happened again, 1 second behind, and the next mirror, same thing. I checked 12 mirrors in a row, my heart climbing into my throat. Every single one showed me my own face, my own movements, but delayed, like watching myself on a television broadcast with bad lag. The conveyor belt's rhythm felt suddenly wrong, too slow, dragging each mirror past me like evidence I didn't want to see. What would you do? Call your supervisor at midnight over a timing trick your exhausted brain invented. I marked them all defective. I told no one. But that night, as I drove home through empty streets at dawn, I couldn't shake the feeling that my reflection had been studying me just as carefully as I'd been watching it. By the 7th night, I counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Then my reflection moved. The lag had been growing since that first shift, creeping forward like frost across glass. 7 nights of inspecting mirrors alone while the factory slept around me. And now the delay stretched long enough to feel deliberate. I raised my hand at 11:42 p.m. beside mirror number 5006. The conveyor belt hummed its endless rhythm, rollers clicking against metal, but my reflection stood motionless in the glass, waiting. 1, 2, 3. It raised its hand. The cold hit me then, not the usual chill of concrete floors and poor insulation, but something else. Something that settled in my chest like water in my lungs. I exhaled and watched the fog of my breath hang in the air longer than it should. The break room coffee tasted like rust. I sat alone at the chipped formica table at 1:15 a.m., staring at the vending machine's dull glow. My phone vibrated. Diane's name lit the screen. I let it ring. What would I even say? That I was losing time between myself and my own image. That mirrors were breaking the speed of light in an Ohio factory that smelled like machine oil and 40 years of defeat. The voicemail chime beeped. I didn't listen. On the table sat a casserole dish wrapped in aluminum foil, still warm when I'd found it on my desk 2 hours ago. Brenda from day shift. She always left food. Lasagna, pot roast, things that required care to make. Things that said someone noticed I existed. I peeled back the foil enough to see the congealed cheese on top, then covered it again. I couldn't eat. Couldn't remember the last time I'd been hungry. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. When you work nights long enough, you stop expecting anyone to fix things like that. Management didn't care what happened between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., as long as the mirrors kept moving down the line and someone marked them good or defective. That someone was me. Only me. Roy Tennant had hired me 6 months ago with a handshake that lasted half a second and a gruff comment about liking guys who didn't talk much. Perfect for graveyard shift, he'd said. No distractions. He was right. I hadn't spoken to another human face-to-face in. How long? Days. Brenda's shift ended at 3 p.m. Mine started at 11. We existed in separate worlds, connected only by casseroles I wouldn't eat and notes I never wrote back. The factory felt colder when I returned to my station. I checked the thermostat on the wall, 62 degrees, same as always, but my fingers felt numb anyway. Mirror number 5019 waited on the belt, reflecting the overhead lights, reflecting me. I moved my hand left. 1, 2, 3. My reflection moved left. I stepped closer to the glass, close enough to see the bloodshot whites of my own eyes, and something shifted in my chest. That thing you feel when you're certain someone's watching you, except I was watching myself, wasn't I? Just myself. But the reflection's gaze felt heavier than it should, like it was taking me in, recording me. Can you imagine seeing your own face and not recognizing the intention behind the eyes? I stepped back. The reflection stepped back 3 seconds later, and in that gap between action and echo, I understood something I hadn't wanted to admit. I wasn't inspecting mirrors anymore. I was being inspected. The conveyor belt clicked forward. Another mirror rolled into place. The factory stretched out around me, endless aisles of steel and shadow, all of it empty except for me and the rhythm of machines that never stopped. Somewhere above, a pipe groaned. The sound carried through the building like something breathing. I was alone in 20,000 square feet of rusting infrastructure, completely alone. So why did the cold feel like it was standing right behind me? I ran to the break room. The fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, too bright after the factory floor's shadows. My hands shook as I pulled out the old desktop computer from beneath safety bulletins. The vending machine hummed its electrical lullaby. Stale coffee smell mixed with dust. I typed mirror reflection delay into the search bar. Folklore, superstitions, vampires lacking reflections, covering mirrors after death, old wives' tales about souls trapped in glass. Nothing that explained 8 seconds, 8 seconds. That's how long it took now. I'd raise my hand, count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then my reflection would raise its hand, movements identical but devastatingly delayed. Like watching a stranger wearing my face. I scrolled deeper. Page 3 of search results. Page 4. My eyes burned. Then I saw it, a scanned newspaper archive. Local section, 1987. Worker vanishes from Great Lakes Mirror Manufacturing. My throat tightened. The article was brief. Raymond Howell, overnight quality control inspector, age 38, clocked in at 11 p.m. on October 5th. Security found his thermos on the inspection desk at 6 a.m., his jacket still hanging on the chair. But Raymond walked into the mirror room and never came out. Police searched for 2 weeks. The factory claimed equipment malfunction. Production halted for 72 hours, then resumed. They just kept making mirrors. I printed the article with numb fingers. The paper felt cold, brittle. The printer's mechanical wheeze sounded too loud in the empty break room. I stared at Raymond Howell's grainy photograph, a man with tired eyes and thinning hair. He looked like me. My reflection appeared in the break room's small mirror by the door, still, watching. It hadn't moved when I stood up, but its lips were moving, forming words I couldn't hear. I needed to know if Raymond Howell was the first. The basement stairs groaned under my weight, each step louder than my breathing. Management never came down here. Nobody did. The smell hit me halfway down, mildew and rust, thick enough to taste. A single bulb swung from a wire, throwing shadows that moved wrong across water-stained concrete. Old equipment crowded the space. Conveyor parts from the 60s, rusted inspection lamps, and there against the far wall, a dented filing cabinet with a faded label. Personnel, 1973 through 2005. My hands shook as I pulled the top drawer. It stuck. I yanked harder and the metal screamed. Inside, folders slouched against each other, their tabs yellowed and peeling. I flipped through them, searching for anything marked quality control. Overnight shift. Then I found it. The first file felt damp in my fingers. Thomas Lentz. Disappeared April 1979. Last seen inspecting mirror line, no body recovered. Investigation closed. My throat tightened. Angela Prout. Vanished October 1983. Overnight QC. Found her clipboard on the factory floor. Coffee still warm. Raymond Howell. November 1987. I already knew his name. 2 more. Kenneth Voss. March 1995. Sarah Chen. January 2003. 5 people, all overnight quality control, all inspecting mirrors. The factory kept running. New workers hired. Roy had been supervisor since. I checked his file. 1998. He knew. Oh God, he knew. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands and photographed every page. The flash lit up the basement like lightning. For just a second, I saw something in the corner behind me, a shape that shouldn't exist in an empty room. When I lowered the phone, the corner was dark again. But I could hear breathing now, and it wasn't mine. I fled the basement and returned to my station, photographs burning in my pocket like evidence of my own death sentence. Mirror number 5002 waited on the conveyor belt. I raised my hand, counted. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. My reflection raised its hand. The delay had stretched to 20 seconds now, a chasm of time wide enough to drown in. I lowered my arm. My reflection held its position, suspended in that gesture like it hadn't received the message yet. Then it moved, but not to mirror me. It turned away, walked to a different section of the glass. I watched. I watched it inspect mirrors I wasn't inspecting. Its hand moved across surfaces I couldn't touch from where I stood. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that endless factory drone, but underneath I heard something else. The faint scratch of pen on paper. My reflection was writing notes. I wasn't holding a pen. My clipboard sat on the metal desk, untouched. But in the mirror, my double scribbled something on its own clipboard, methodical, thorough. The way I used to work before the delays started, before I realized I was being replaced. Would you keep watching, or would you run? I couldn't move. My reflection turned towards something beyond the frame of the mirror, that door, the one that didn't exist in the real factory. The phantom door from my nightmares. It looked back at me, smiled. Oh God, that smile, too wide, wrong angles, like someone who'd learned to smile from diagrams but never understood why. My reflection reached for the door handle, pulled it open. Cold air rolled off the glass. I felt it from 6 feet away, tasted metal and something rotten. It stepped through. The mirror surface frosted over instantly, white crystals spreading like infection. Within seconds, the glass turned opaque. My reflection was gone. Every mirror on the production line went dark. And behind me, in the empty factory, something whispered my name. I pressed my palm against the frosted glass. The ice melted under my body heat, revealing nothing, just empty space where my face should have been. I moved to the next mirror on the conveyor line, wiped away the frost with my sleeve. Empty. The next one, empty. Mirror after mirror, I scraped away crystalline patterns, smearing condensation across cold surfaces. Nothing stared back. Gone. Every single one. Can you imagine standing in front of 20 mirrors and seeing nothing? Not darkness, not distortion. Just the factory wall behind you, the fluorescent lights overhead, the conveyor belt stretching into shadows. Everything except you. I existed everywhere but in the glass. My hands trembled as I checked the inspection station mirrors. The small ones mounted above my desk. Even the clouded safety mirror bolted near the emergency exit. All empty. I was alone in this factory, working a shift no one else would take, and now I didn't even have myself for company. The photographs from the basement felt heavy in my pocket. 5 workers. All vanished. Then I heard it. Boots on concrete. Deliberate, steady. The same rhythm as my heartbeat. I froze, listened. The sound came from somewhere behind me, past the conveyor line near the loading bay. I wasn't moving, but the footsteps continued. Step, step, step. Matching the pace I'd walked moments before, like an echo arriving 30 seconds late. I spun around. Nothing. The factory stretched empty before me. Conveyor belts motionless. Inspection lamps casting pools of yellow light on oil-stained concrete. Shadows where shadows should be, but no one there. The footsteps stopped the instant I turned. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I took 1 step forward. Listened. Nothing. Another step. Still nothing. Then boots on concrete again, perfectly synchronized with mine. When I moved, it moved. I stopped breathing. The footsteps stopped. My skin prickled. I turned slowly toward the nearest mirror, dreading what I'd see. And there, deep inside the glass, standing in the impossible space behind my absent reflection, I saw myself. Watching me, my face, my posture, my work uniform, but the eyes were wrong, too focused, too aware. The temperature dropped so fast my breath turned visible. And in every mirror down the line, my reflection stood motionless inside the glass, staring out, waiting for something I couldn't name. I grabbed the wrench from my station. Mirror number 4719 hung on the line where this all started, 3 weeks ago. 1 second delay. Now, this. The wrench felt heavier than it should. Cold metal against my palm. I swung. Glass exploded outward, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen lake, sharp and final. Shards hit concrete, glittered under fluorescent hum. But behind the broken pieces, oh God, my reflection stood there, still intact. Inside the ruined frame, grinning at me through jagged teeth of glass. Not mimicking, not lagging, just watching, pleased. I stumbled backward. The wrench clattered from my hand. Those boots behind me, closer now, dragging slightly on concrete, the rhythm wrong, like something learning to walk. I ran, past the conveyor, past the empty mirrors that should have held me but didn't. The break room door slammed behind me. I fumbled my phone, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Roy's number, 3 rings, 4. You've reached Roy Tennant, leave a message. Roy, it's Curtis. Something's wrong at the plant. I need you to call me back. Please, I can't. My voice cracked. Can you imagine trying to explain this? Trying to sound sane when you've just seen yourself grin from inside broken glass. I hung up, tried again. Voicemail. The vending machine hummed. The coffee maker ticked as it cooled. Normal sounds. But the air smelled wrong, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I had to leave. Now, the side exit first. I hit the push bar. Nothing. Locked. The metal didn't even rattle. I threw my shoulder against it. Solid. Immovable front entrance. Same. Loading dock. Same. Every exit sealed from the outside. The footsteps started again. But louder now, methodical, coming down the hallway toward the break room. Boots on concrete. My boots. My rhythm. I pressed against the door. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. Then I felt it, right against the back of my neck. Cold, deliberate, something breathing where nothing should be. I ran. The cold breath followed. But I slammed through the break room door before anything could solidify behind me. My boots hammered concrete. The quality control office sat 50 yards across the factory floor, 50 yards of open space, exposed under fluorescent lights that hummed like trapped insects. I didn't look at the mirrors. The office door fought me, swollen in its frame, but I threw my shoulder against it and stumbled inside. Metal desk, filing cabinet. I dragged both against the door, muscles screaming. The barricade held, barely. My lungs burned. I leaned against the desk, gasping, and that's when the footsteps on the factory floor stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums. I forced myself to look through the office window. He stood among the mirrors. My height, my work shirt, my face, but the way he moved, methodical, calm. He inspected mirror 5003, running fingers along its frame, checking the conveyor alignment. Doing my job. The reflection I'd lost 3 hours ago had learned to exist without me. He looked up. Our eyes met through the window. He didn't blink, didn't smile, just pointed. One finger extended toward something behind me. No. What would you do? Would you turn around? I turned. The small inspection mirror mounted beside the office door, I'd forgotten it was there. And in its surface, impossibly, my reflection stood, not mimicking, staring. His hand lifted toward the glass from the inside. The surface rippled, like water disturbed by something rising from below. Oh God! His fingers pushed through. Cold, wet, real. They reached for my throat. And that's when I understood what the other 5 workers had discovered too late. Sunlight woke me. Warm. Real. The kind of 3 p.m. brightness that cuts through cheap blinds and drags you out of sleep whether you want it or not. I blinked against it, disoriented, tangled in sheets that smelled like fabric softener instead of machine oil. My apartment, my bed, I sat up too fast, my head swam. The last thing I remembered was cold fingers wrapping around my throat, but my neck felt fine. No bruises, no wetness. I pressed my palm against the skin, warm, dry, unmarked. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. 3 texts from Roy. Where are you? You okay? Call me. I checked the time stamp. He'd sent them 2 hours ago. My shift had ended at 7 a.m. It was past 3 now. I had no memory of leaving the factory, no memory of driving home, nothing between those fingers and this. I stood, legs shaky but functional. The apartment looked exactly as I'd left it yesterday. Coffee mug in the sink. Emmy's face-down photo on the shelf. Everything normal. I needed to see. The bathroom mirror waited above the sink, reflecting tile and towel rack and the doorway where I stood. I stepped closer, held my breath, raised my hand. My reflection raised its hand. No delay, perfectly synchronized. I exhaled hard, relief flooding through me like warm water. Just a nightmare. Just stress and isolation and too many graveyard shifts playing tricks on my mind. Can you imagine that relief? That desperate, grasping hope that maybe none of it was real. I smiled at myself. My reflection smiled back. Then its eyes shifted. Left, towards something behind me in the glass. I spun around, nothing there. Just the empty hallway, sunlight slanting through the living room window. But when I looked down, oh God, when I looked down at the tile floor where the light fell across my feet, there was no shadow. The knock came at 3:30. I froze, syringe halfway to the Sharps container. The sound echoed through the van's metal walls. 3 deliberate raps that didn't belong to this hour, this parking lot, this silence. No one donated blood at 3:30 in the morning. I set the syringe down. My wedding ring clinked against the steel counter, the only other sound besides my breathing. Outside the tinted windows, the community center lot stretched empty beneath a single streetlight. Fog crept between the painted lines. The knock came again, harder. We're closed, I called out, but my voice sounded thin, unconvincing. I need to donate. The man's voice outside was flat, urgent. Right now. I glanced at the door release. Protocol said never open after hours, but something in his tone, desperation maybe, or fear. I knew that frequency too well lately. The antiseptic smell in the van suddenly seemed stronger, cut with something metallic and wrong. I opened the door. He stood in the amber wash of the streetlight, wearing a jacket identical to mine, down to the blood bank logo on the chest. His face, oh God. "Come in," I heard myself say, stepping back. What else could I do? He climbed inside, moving stiffly, and sat in the donation chair without being asked. Up close, his skin looked waxy, pale in a way that went beyond tired. "I'll need to check your vitals first," I said, reaching for the blood pressure cuff. "Don't bother." But he extended his arm anyway. I wrapped the cuff around his bicep, pumped it tight, watched the gauge. Nothing. I pressed 2 fingers to his wrist, waited, moved them to his neck. No pulse, no heartbeat, just cold skin that felt like "Steven," he said. I stepped back. "How do you know because I'm you." He looked up and his eyes were mine, hollow, exhausted. "I died 3 months ago at 3:34, right here." He pointed at the floor, at the dark stain I could never scrub clean. "And in 4 minutes, you will too." The first spike of pain hit my chest like a fist. My mind raced back to the beginning. 3 months earlier, when I thought this job would save me. The overnight shift, 2 in the morning to 6. Walter Rhodes offered it during my interview, his eyes lingering on the pale band where Jennifer's wedding ring used to press against my finger. "Most guys can't handle the isolation," he said, "but you look like you need it." He was right. I took the wedding ring from my nightstand before my first shift, slipped it back on. The metal felt cold, unfamiliar, like wearing someone else's bones, but I couldn't let it go. Wouldn't. What would you do if everything you built just dissolved? If she walked away and you still couldn't stop hoping? The community center parking lot became my sanctuary. I'd arrive at 2, unlock the van, let the door's hydraulic hiss swallow the silence. Inside smelled like antiseptic and something else. Metal, old metal, the kind of scent that sticks to the back of your throat. The routine calmed me. Check supplies, calibrate equipment, wipe down surfaces. No one calling my name, no one asking where I'd been. Just me and the hum of refrigeration units keeping blood cold. I noticed the stain my second night, dark, irregular, near the donation chair's base. I scrubbed it with bleach. It lightened but never disappeared. The fibers had absorbed something deep. I scrubbed again the next night and the next. Walter saw me once, shook his head. "Don't bother," he said. "That's been there since before you." I asked what caused it. He walked away without answering. The isolation wrapped around me like fog. I wanted it, craved it. Out here, I didn't have to explain why I still wore the ring or why Jennifer's number stayed in my phone, unblocked, waiting. But some stains don't just mark the floor, they mark what's coming. The pain hit at 3:34, not the dull ache I'd carried for weeks. This was a fist closing around my heart, squeezing until my ribs bent inward. I doubled over near the donation chair, gasping. The antiseptic smell turned sharp and metallic in my nostrils. My wedding ring felt suddenly tight, cutting circulation. Have you ever felt your body betray you? That instant when you realize something fundamental has broken. I tried to reach for my phone. My arm wouldn't obey. The fluorescent lights above started flickering. No, that was my vision pulsing with each failed heartbeat. I stumbled backward and my knees buckled. The floor came up fast, cold linoleum against my cheek. My mouth filled with the taste of copper, thick and wet. I couldn't swallow, couldn't breathe. My eyes fixed on that dark stain I'd scrubbed for hours, the one Walter wouldn't explain. I was lying in it now, exactly in it, my vision tunneled. The edges went gray, then black, closing in like a camera iris. My heartbeat slowed, each pulse further apart than the last. I heard myself make a sound, half gasp, half whimper, and felt ashamed even as I died. Then nothing. Silence. Cold. The absence of everything. But death wasn't supposed to have sound, my alarm shrieked. That familiar, hateful beep from my truck dashboard. I jerked upright, breath tearing into my lungs. My hands gripped the steering wheel. The community center parking lot stretched ahead, empty under the single street light. The dashboard clock glowed, 2:03 a.m. I looked down at my chest. No pain, no blood. My wedding ring sat loose on my finger again. Through the windshield, the blood donation van waited in its usual spot. The door hung slightly ajar, exactly as I'd left it, or would leave it, or had just died inside it. My hands were shaking, but something else was wrong. When I exhaled, my breath didn't fog the cold air, and I could already feel the weight of routine pulling me toward the van door, like I'd done this 1,000 times before. I didn't go back the next night. Called Walter at 1:58 in the morning, voice steady, told him I had food poisoning. He grunted, hung up. Simple. I stayed in my apartment, lights on, coffee brewing, waiting for 3:30 to pass without incident. The knock came anyway. 3 metallic raps on my apartment door. Not the van's sliding panel, but my own front door, 6 miles away from the community center parking lot. My coffee mug slipped. Hot liquid splashed across my wrist, but I felt nothing. No heat, no pain. I opened the door. He stood in the hallway under flickering fluorescent lights, wearing my face like a poorly fitted mask. The technician uniform hung differently on him, looser, as though his body had deflated slightly. When he breathed, frost plumed from his nostrils despite the building's stale warmth. "You can't run from yourself," he said. His skin gleamed pale, waxy. I reached out, God help me, I don't know why, and touched his forearm. Cold. The kind of cold that comes from refrigeration units, from blood bags stored at 38 degrees, from flesh that hasn't circulated warmth in months. The smell hit me then. Metallic, sterile. That specific tang of preserved hemoglobin mixed with anticoagulant solution. He smelled exactly like the inside of the van's storage compartments. "You died 3 months ago," he whispered. "This is just the acknowledgement." 3:34 arrived on schedule. The chest pain erupted, a fist crushing my sternum from the inside. I collapsed against the door frame, tasting copper flooding my throat, watching my doppelganger's expression shift into something almost pitying. My vision tunneled. Darkness crept in from the edges. The alarm woke me at 2:03 in my truck, parked outside the community center, the van waiting ahead in its usual spot. What would you do if death remembered your address? The truck's steering wheel dug into my ribs. I jerked upright, tasting exhaust and night air. 2:03 a.m. on the dash. My apartment was 6 miles away. But here I sat, parked beside the community center. The van hulked under the single streetlight, waiting like it always did. I pressed my palm against my chest, heartbeat steady, real, for now. The routine felt like drowning in slow motion. I unlocked the van doors, flipped the interior lights, checked the refrigeration units, all humming their metallic song. The dark stain on the floor had spread slightly, I was certain of it, wider at the edges. I avoided stepping on it while organizing donation kits, my wedding ring catching the fluorescent glow as I worked. 3 a.m. arrived with fog rolling through the parking lot. It pooled against the van's tires, thick and cold. I sat in the donation chair, watching condensation bead on the windows. My breath came shallow, controlled. At 3:15, I wondered if anyone would miss me if I simply ceased. Jennifer had already left. Walter barely knew me beyond paperwork and shift rotations. Would you keep showing up, knowing what waited at 3:34? 3:30 arrived without the knock. I almost laughed, a bitter, choking sound. Maybe tonight would be different. Maybe the loop had released me. I checked vitals on the monitor, my own pulse climbing. 100, 110. The copper taste crept onto my tongue unbidden. 3:34. The pressure struck my sternum like a hammer. I collapsed against the cabinet, supplies scattering. My vision tunneled. Blackness swarmed. The smell of refrigerated blood filled my lungs as I gasped. Alive. 3:35 a.m. I shouldn't be conscious. I crawled to the van door, shoved it open. The fog had thickened, but two figures stood at the parking lot's edge, perfectly still. Both wore my face, my clothes. One's head tilted at an angle just slightly wrong, mechanical and delayed. The original me watched from the shadows between them, observing my slow understanding. Each death hadn't erased me. It had doubled me, and I'd just died twice. I broke in at 2:15. The alarm rang at 2. I drove to headquarters instead. My hands shook on the steering wheel. But I couldn't stay ignorant anymore. Not after seeing myself multiplied in the fog. Not after dying twice. If this curse had rules, someone knew them. The blood bank building stood dark against the October sky, fluorescent safety lights humming behind tinted glass. I used my access card. It still worked. The door clicked open with a sound like cracking ice. Inside, the air smelled wrong, recycled and cold, with an undertone of copper I couldn't place. My footsteps echoed on linoleum floors. Every sound felt amplified in the silence. The buzz of lights overhead, the distant hum of refrigeration units, my own shallow breathing. Walter Rhodes' office was locked. I jimmied it open with a screwdriver from my truck, metal scraping against metal until the bolt gave way. The noise made my teeth ache. His desk was pristine, too pristine, but the filing cabinet behind it, that's where I found them. Employee incident reports, dozens of them. I spread them across the desk under the desk lamp's yellow glow, fingers trembling as I read dates and times and causes of death. Marcus Brennan, cardiac arrest, 3:44 a.m., van number 7. I blinked. 3:44. No, I leaned closer. The ink was darker there, written over something else. I tilted the paper under the light. 3:34 a.m. Someone had changed it. My pulse hammered. I grabbed another file. Teresa Nguyen. Cardiac arrest. 3:47 a.m. Also altered. The original time bled through the correction fluid like a ghost. 3:34. Can you imagine finding your own death, pre-written, covered up? I grabbed another file. And another. 8 technicians total over 3 months. All cardiac arrest. All in the van. All at 3:34 in the morning, their deaths clumsily disguised with different times. Then I saw the employee photos paperclipped to each report. Different faces, different ages, different skin tones and hairstyles and bone structures. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes were identical. My eyes, staring back at me from 8 strangers' faces, the same shade of gray-green, the same slight asymmetry in the left pupil. The desk lamp flickered. Once, twice. In the window's reflection behind me, someone wearing a blood technician uniform stood in the doorway, and he was smiling with my mouth. I ran. The fluorescent lights of the headquarters building strobed past me as I stumbled through the exit. Cold air hit my face. My truck keys rattled in my trembling hand, metal biting into my palm. The parking lot stretched empty under a dying streetlight, except it wasn't empty. Not really. I didn't look back at the window where my reflection had smiled. The engine roared to life. I threw the truck into reverse, tires squealing against asphalt. The van sat alone in the community center lot, waiting for me like it always did. But tonight, this loop, this iteration, whatever the hell this was, I wouldn't go. I'd break the pattern. Geography had to matter. Distance had to mean something. The highway unspooled under my headlights. Rain began to fall, soft at first, then harder. Each drop drummed against the windshield in rhythm with my pulse. 3 miles. 5, 10. The blood bank headquarters disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by darkness and distance. At 15 miles, I saw the diner. Its neon sign flickered pink and blue through the downpour. Open 24 hours. The parking lot held 2 other cars, their windows fogged. Normal people, living people. I pulled in beside a rusted sedan and killed the engine. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I checked my watch. 2:53 in the morning. 41 minutes until 3:30. Could distance really stop what was coming? The incident reports hadn't mentioned anyone leaving the van. Maybe no one else had tried. The diner bell chimed as I pushed through the door. Warm air thick with grease and burnt coffee wrapped around me. A waitress looked up from behind the counter, her eyes tired but human. No gray-green, no recognition, just a stranger seeing another stranger. I slid into a corner booth, vinyl cold against my back. The window beside me reflected the empty parking lot, rain streaking down the glass. My own face stared back, hollow-eyed, unshaven. Just me. Only me. Coffee, the waitress appeared, pot in hand. Please, she poured. Steam rose from the mug, carrying that bitter, over-roasted smell. I wrapped both hands around the ceramic, letting the heat seep into my skin. My wedding ring clinked against the rim. Have you ever run from something you knew would find you anyway? The diner hummed with artificial normalcy. A cook scraped a griddle in the kitchen. The coffee pot hissed on its burner. Rain tapped its endless rhythm, but underneath I felt it. That familiar weight, the certainty of 3:34 approaching like a train on fixed tracks. I sipped the coffee. It tasted metallic. Wrong, 3:14. The other customers had left without me noticing. The waitress wiped down the counter, her back to me. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their frequency just slightly off, creating a pressure behind my eyes. I shouldn't have been able to smell antiseptic. Not here. Not 15 miles from the van. But I did. Clean. Chemical. Sharp enough to cut through the grease and coffee. The scent of refrigerated blood, of sterile medical equipment, of that cramped van interior I'd tried to escape. It had followed me, or, oh God, or I'd brought it with me, in my clothes, in my skin, in whatever part of me was already dead. 3:26. My hands started to shake. Coffee sloshed over the rim, scalding my thumb. I set the mug down carefully, watching the dark liquid ripple in concentric circles. The surface reflected the overhead light, just the light, nothing else. The rain stopped, all at once, mid-drumbeat. The sudden silence felt like pressure change before a storm, that hollow quiet that makes your ears ache. I looked out the window. The parking lot glistened under the street light, puddles perfectly still. 3:29. The waitress had vanished. The kitchen sounds had ceased. I was alone in the diner, surrounded by empty booths and the smell of something that shouldn't be there. My breath fogged the window glass. Then I noticed the coffee. Steam no longer rose from the mug. I touched the ceramic. Ice cold. In the span of seconds it had frozen, not literally, but the heat had been sucked out of it like warmth fleeing a corpse. 3:30. In the window's reflection, behind my own pale face, a figure stood in the parking lot. He wore a blood technician's uniform. His hair matched mine, every strand. His posture mirrored the way I held my shoulders, the slight favor of my left side from an old injury. He didn't move, didn't blink, just watched me through the glass with eyes that caught the diner's light wrong, reflecting it back too bright, too gray-green. I spun around. The parking lot was empty, but when I turned back to the window, there he was, closer now. 5 feet from the glass. Water dripped from his uniform even though the rain had stopped. His mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. The same words from 3 months of loops. You're already dead. My chest tightened. Oh no, 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 not here. Geography was supposed to matter. Distance was supposed to. The pain struck at exactly 3:34. A fist clenched around my heart, squeezed. I gasped, groping for the table edge, but my hands wouldn't obey. The mug crashed to the floor. Brown liquid spread across white tiles, reaching toward my knees as I collapsed. The vinyl booth seat scraped against my cheek. Cold. Everything so cold. Copper flooded my mouth. My vision tunneled, the diner lights dimming to pinpoints. Through the window, the figure smiled. Then 7 more stepped into view behind him, all wearing the same uniform, all with my face. They formed a semicircle around the diner, watching, waiting, bearing witness to the same death they'd each experienced in sequence. My lungs seized. My heart stuttered. The tiles pressed against my spine, and somewhere in my fading consciousness, I noticed the floor beneath me wasn't quite clean. There was a stain, faint, barely visible, shaped exactly like a body. My body. The waitress would find me at dawn. But what she'd discover scattered across the diner booths would make her question everything she thought she knew about working the graveyard shift. The alarm rang at 2 a.m. I was in my truck again. Key in the ignition. Community center parking lot ahead, single streetlight casting its pale circle on asphalt. The metallic taste of death still coated my tongue, but my heart beat steady, normal, alive. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. 7 times now. 7 deaths on diner tiles, van floors, parking lot gravel, each ending at 3:34 a.m., each beginning here at 2 with this same alarm and the cold certainty that nothing I did mattered. The van waited in its usual spot, white paint glowing under the streetlight. I stepped out. Fog pooled around my ankles, thick and wrong for October. My breath misted in front of me, too cold even for autumn. The air smelled like antiseptic and copper. And then I saw them, 7 figures, surrounding the van in perfect symmetry, each wearing a blood technician uniform. Each one, me, they stood motionless, watching, waiting. I approached slowly, gravel crunching under my boots. Their faces were mine, but emptied out, skin the color of refrigerated meat, eyes reflecting nothing. One of them tilted his head. The others mirrored the motion exactly. My throat tightened. "What do you want?" they spoke, in perfect unison. The loop only ends with a replacement. 7 mouths, 1 voice. The sound scraped against my skull like nails on bone. Someone else must die at 3:34 a.m. Their lips moved in synchronized precision. In the van, on the floor where you fell, I staggered back. "No, no, I won't. You already have." They stepped forward together, a coordinated movement that made my stomach lurch. 3 months ago, you became the stain. The stain. Oh God. I turned toward the van, legs moving on autopilot. Yanked open the back doors. The interior lights flickered on, illuminating the cramped medical space, the donation chair, the refrigeration units humming their steady drone. And there on the floor, the dark stain I'd scrubbed 100 times. It was shaped like a body, arms splayed, legs bent, head tilted at the exact angle mine had been when the chest pain finally stopped. The stain was, oh God, the stain was me. Behind me, their unified voice whispered through the fog. "She'll knock at 3:30, and you'll have to choose." I wait, 3:28 a.m. The van smells like antiseptic and old copper, the refrigeration units humming their funeral dirge. My 7 selves stand outside in the parking lot fog, patient as gravestones. They're watching, always watching. The knock comes at exactly 3:30. 3 sharp raps against the van's side door, not the frantic pounding of my doppelgangers, but lighter, human, real. I freeze, my heart. Oh God. My heart hammers against ribs that'll stop moving in 4 minutes. Do I answer it? Can you imagine making that choice? "Hello," a woman's voice, strained. "Please, I saw the lights. Are you open?" I can't move, can't breathe. "My daughter. She needs platelets. Emergency surgery at 6 a.m. Her count's critical and her voice cracks. Please, I know it's early, but the hospital said someone might be here." My hand touches the door handle. The metal feels wrong, too warm. Through the window I see her. Mid-30s, hospital bracelet on her wrist, mascara smeared from crying. Real, she's real, not a copy, not a ghost. "I'm Christine," she says, pressing closer to the glass. "Christine Morales, I know this sounds crazy, but I trust you. You don't even know me. Your wedding ring." She points, and I glance down at the gold band I never removed. My husband wore one just like that before she swallows. He was a good man. I can tell you are too. The irony tastes like blood in my mouth. She needs me to open the door. Her daughter's life depends on someone being here, being willing to help at this God-forsaken hour. But if I let her in, if she's still here at 3:34, would you do it? Would you trade her life for yours? My fingers tighten on the handle, and somewhere behind me, metal scrapes against pavement. The sound of my 7 selves moving closer to watch what happens next. My hand touched the door handle, cold metal, so cold it burned. Christine's perfume drifted through the gap, lavender mixed with something chemical. Desperation has a smell, I know. I've been breathing it for 3 months. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you so much. I turned the handle, or did I? The moment stretched, fractured. I saw myself opening the door wide, saw Christine step inside, saw her smile fade as she noticed the 7 figures in the fog, saw her mouth form my name as the chest pain began. But I also saw myself shake my head, watched my lips move, heard myself say no, watched her crumble, watched her daughter die 3 hours later while I reset at 2 a.m. forever, drowning in my own cowardice. Both timelines existed. Neither. I don't know which one I chose. The memory dissolved like fog under morning sun. When the first donors arrived at 5 a.m., they found the van empty, door unlocked, heater still running. The antiseptic smell mingled with something else, copper, thick and wet, but no blood on the floor. The stain had finally disappeared. 20 bags of platelets lined the counter in perfect rows. Every label bore the same name, written in my handwriting. Stephen Garrett, Stephen Garrett, Stephen Garrett. They never found me. But in the community center parking lot, as dawn burned through the last wisps of fog, someone stood beneath the dead streetlight. Technician uniform, familiar posture, watching the van with patient, hollow eyes, checking his watch, waiting for 2 a.m. to arrive again. The loop doesn't end, it just finds someone new. Can you hear the knock at 3:30? Because I promise you, someone always answers. The mountain holds its breath at midnight. No wind. None. I stand at the base station, watching the chairs glide up through darkness, and the air is so still I can hear frost cracking on the cables. 42 chairs ascending, 42 descending. The lift hums its eternal rotation, a low frequency I feel in my teeth. I've run this shift alone for 6 months. I know every sound, the whir of the bull wheel, the metallic tick of chairs passing the sheave assemblies, the way empty seats sway when gusts come screaming down from 11,000 feet. But tonight, there's no wind. I count chairs as they round the base station. Routine, methodical. Safety checks keep you alive on mountains like this. 28, 29, 30. Then chair 34 passes, it swings. Hard, side to side, violent arcs that make the cable groan. I step back. The chair rocks like someone just leaped out of it, but the safety bar is down, locked in position, and the seat is empty. My radio crackles. Static washes through the frequency, then cuts dead. I watch chair 34 rise into the black throat of the mountain, still swinging. The chairs ahead and behind hang perfectly still. What would you do? Call it in. Jake won't answer. He never does on night shifts. The lift hums. The frost breathes. The air smells wrong, not pine and ice, but something metallic. Copper. I lift my radio, press the button. Base to top station. Do you copy? The static returns. But underneath it, something else. A rhythm like breathing. Chair 34 reaches the darkness where my sight ends, and I realize the safety bar is moving, lifting on its own. I pulled up the security feed from the top station. The monitor's glow turned my hands corpse blue as I rewound the footage. 12:15, 12:16. The lift hummed through the speakers, a low mechanical drone that made my teeth ache. Empty chairs cycled past the camera in rhythmic silence. 28, 29, 30, 12:17. Chair 34 entered the frame, empty, safety bar down, and then nothing. The screen flickered. Static rolled across the timestamp. When the image stabilized, the numbers read 12:19. I stopped breathing. 2 minutes, just gone. I rewound again. Watched chair 34 arrive at 12:17. Watched the timestamp stutter and jump. No glitch lines. No visual corruption. The footage simply ceased to exist for 120 seconds. What would you do if time itself refused to record something? My breath fogged the monitor as I leaned closer. The chair sat motionless in frame during that frozen instant at 12:17. But when the feed resumed at 12:19, the camera angle had shifted. Not much. Maybe half an inch to the left. Like someone had bumped the mounting bracket or leaned against it. The base lodge felt smaller suddenly. The walls pressed in. The space heater rattled behind me, struggling against the cold seeping through the window seals. I was the only living thing on this mountain until 4 in the morning. The only one who could have touched that camera, except I'd been down here the entire shift. I scrolled forward through the feed. Chair 34 descended the mountain at 12:23. Still empty, still wrong. The safety bar remained locked in position, but something about the seat looked compressed, as if weight had settled there moments before. Therefore, I did what any rational person would do. I watched those missing 2 minutes 17 more times. The answer never changed, but with each replay, the camera angle seemed to shift just a little bit more. My hands shook as I reached for the phone. Jake would know what to do. He'd been running this resort for 15 years. He'd seen equipment glitches, power surges, camera failures. This was explainable. It had to be. The dial tone droned in my ear. 3 rings, 4. Come on, Jake. 5 rings, 6. Then his voice pre-recorded flat. You've reached Jake Torrance. Leave a message. The beep never came. Instead, a robotic monotone. Mailbox full. I pulled the phone from my ear and stared at it. Jake's voicemail was never full. He barely got calls. Most communication went through the resort radio or the staff app. I'd left him maybe 3 messages in 2 years. I dialed again. Same result. Mailbox full. The base lodge walls seemed to press inward. The space heater rattled in the corner, but the cold air wrapped around my shoulders like wet fabric. I checked my watch. 12:43 a.m. 4 hours and 17 minutes until my shift ended. 4 hours alone on this mountain with a chair that moved by itself and 2 minutes of footage that didn't exist. Have you ever been truly alone? Not just by yourself, but cut off. No help coming, no voice on the other end. The lift cable hummed outside, rhythmic and indifferent. I walked to the window. Chairs glided past in their endless procession, dark silhouettes against darker sky. 29, 30, 31, 34 swung into view. I pressed my face to the glass, breath fogging the pain. The seat was angled toward me, and across the black vinyl, frost, white lines, deliberate, geometric. Not random ice crystals. Letters. The chair slid past before I could read them, swallowed by the night as the cable pulled it upward toward the top station. My pulse hammered in my throat. Frost didn't form words. Condensation didn't spell. But something on that chair wanted me to know its name. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the loading zone. The chair swung around the bullwheel, metal squealing against the cold. Chair 33. I had 10 seconds before it cycled past. What would you do? Stay safe in the lodge or chase answers up a mountain that didn't want to give them? I swung onto the seat. The safety bar slammed down, freezing against my gloves. The lift pulled me into darkness. Wind bit through my jacket as I ascended. Below, the base lodge shrank to a single yellow square. Above, nothing but stars and cable hum. Chair 34 hung 6 lengths ahead, swaying in perfect rhythm. One swing left, one swing right. I pressed my hand to my chest. My heartbeat matched it exactly. Thump, swing, thump, swing. The mountain pressed closer. Trees became black fingers reaching from the slope. I should have felt the altitude by now, that hollow thinness in my lungs, but the air tasted wrong, too warm, like breath on a mirror. Halfway up, the cable shuddered. Chair 34 stopped swaying. Something was sitting in it. I couldn't look away. A figure, hunched forward. Dark ski patrol jacket with the reflective stripe across the shoulders. My stripe. I lost that jacket 3 years ago during equipment inventory. Wrote it off as misplaced. The figure's head began to turn. Slowly, too slowly, my throat closed. I wanted to scream, to leap from the chair, but my body locked in place. The cable groaned, pulling me closer. 20 feet, 15. The face rotated into moonlight, and I saw. My chair slammed into the platform. I stumbled off, legs barely catching me. The machinery groaned overhead, cables grinding through pulleys in their endless circuit. Chair 34 swung past the arrival gate. Empty now, I lunged. Grabbed the cold metal frame before it could cycle back down the mountain. The safety bar bit into my palm as I wrenched it to a stop, holding it there against the cable's insistent pull. The chair swayed in my grip, but something was wrong. Heat. The seat radiated warmth against my other hand, the kind of warmth that comes from a living body. I jerked back, breath misting in the frigid air. 11,000 feet up, temperature well below freezing, and this chair felt like someone had just stood up from it. How long does body heat linger in metal? Not this long. Not up here. I forced myself to look closer. The overhead light buzzed, casting yellow shadows across the chair. Something was clipped to the safety bar. A radio. Black casing scratched and faded. I knew that radio. I knew the dent on the left side where I dropped it during training. I knew the strip of blue electrical tape holding the battery cover on. My radio. The one I'd lost 3 years ago during a routine patrol. I'd filed the incident report, paid for the replacement, moved on. But here it was. waiting for me at 11,000 feet in the middle of the night. The power button glowed red. Still on, still transmitting after 3 years. My hand hovered over it, fingers trembling. The air smelled wrong, metallic, like copper pennies, like blood that's been frozen and thawed too many times. What would you do? Would you press that button? Would you listen to what's been broadcasting from an empty chair for 1,000 nights? I reached for the radio, and the red light began to pulse. My finger hovered over the button. The metal was so cold it burned. That red light pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't name. My breath, my heartbeat. I'd lost track of which was which up here, where the air thinned and the scaffolding groaned against silence. 3 years. This radio had been missing for 3 years, and it was still on. I should have dropped it. Should have let chair 34 swing back down into darkness and never looked back. But you know what it's like, don't you? When something impossible demands an answer. When turning away feels more dangerous than facing it. My thumb pressed down. Static erupted. Not the gentle hiss of dead air, but something alive. Something clawing its way through frequencies. The speaker crackled, popped then, settled into a low rumble that vibrated against my palm. Then came the voice, my voice. Stop running the lift. The words were mine, the cadence, the slight catch on the R in running that I'd never been able to shake. But the tone sat wrong, flatter, emptier, like someone had scooped out everything human and left only the shell of sound. I fell from chair 34 3 years ago. My knees buckled. The platform's metal grating bit through my pants. I clutched the radio with both hands now, pulling it close even as every instinct screamed to hurl it into the abyss. They never found my body. Oh God, I am still falling. The static swelled. Underneath it, I heard wind. Not the wind up here on the platform, but a deeper howl, the sound of terminal velocity, of air rushing past at speeds that stripped skin from bone. At 2:14 a.m. I land. My watch. I needed to see my watch, but my hands wouldn't move. They gripped that radio like it was the only real thing left in the world. Do not be here when I land. The transmission cut. Just stopped. The red light blinked twice, then went dark. The radio's weight felt wrong now, too light, as if whatever had occupied it had already moved on. I forced my wrist up. The watch face glowed pale green in the darkness. 2:11 a.m. 3 minutes. The cable overhead began to sing. A high, thin note that didn't belong to wind or machinery. Below me, somewhere in that vast black throat of mountain night, something was accelerating toward the ground, toward me. And I finally understood why the figure in chair 34 had looked so familiar. Why the handwriting in the security logs matched mine. Why Jake never answered anymore. Because maybe I'd already landed 3 years ago. The singing grew louder, closer. The platform trembled beneath me, and I realized with sudden, crystalline horror that I was standing exactly where a body falling from chair 34 would. I ran. The platform trembled beneath my boots. That singing cable, metal screaming under impossible weight, chased me down the mountain. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The snow crunched too loud, my breath tore at my throat, and somewhere above me, something was falling. 2 minutes left. The maintenance shed appeared through the darkness, a gray smudge against white. I slammed through the door. Fluorescent lights buzzed awake, flickering twice before catching. The smell hit me, grease and rust and old paper. Rows of logbooks lined the metal shelving, spines labeled by year. 3 years ago, I tore volumes off the shelf. My hands shook. Pages flew open, dates blurring together. January. March, no. There, February 14th. My handwriting, oh God. The letters slanted exactly like mine. That same loop on the capital R the way I crossed my sevens. Incident report, chair 34, safety bar malfunction. I traced the words with my finger. The ink was real. The paper was real. Near miss. No injuries, but I don't remember this. Any of this. What would you do if you found proof you'd lived through something you couldn't recall? If your own hand testified against your memory? The lights flickered. Once, twice. I flipped the page. There, clipped to the back of the report, a Polaroid photograph. Faded. Timestamp in the corner, 2:14 a.m. It showed chair 34 at the base of the slope, safety bar twisted at an unnatural angle. And in the snow beneath it, a dark stain that shouldn't be shadow. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The breathing wasn't mine. I stood frozen in the blackness, lungs locked, but the exhale, oh God. The exhale came from somewhere behind the filing cabinets. Wet, ragged. The shed door hung open, moonlight spilling across rusted metal shelves. And there, in the window glass, my reflection stared back. I blinked. It didn't. My hand lifted. My reflection's hand stayed at its side. Then its eyes closed and opened. 3 full seconds after mine. The air turned to ice in my throat. I stumbled backward, knocking against the doorframe, unable to look away from that hollow-eyed thing wearing my face. The mountain held its breath. No wind scraped the shed walls. No cables groaned under tension. The endless mechanical hum of the lift, the sound that had filled every shift for years, was gone. I stepped outside into snow that made no crunch beneath my boots. The silence pressed against my eardrums like deep water. Wrong. Everything was wrong. I turned toward the base lodge. The lights still burned, but they didn't flicker. The safety notices on the wall hung perfectly straight. My coffee mug sat on the desk, steam rising in a single unmoving column. The same mug, the same steam, every night. My knees buckled, the logbook, the incident report in my handwriting. Chair 34, February 14th, 3 years ago. The timestamp gaps, Jake's unreachable voicemail. The jacket I'd lost but still wore. I never left this mountain. I died here. And I've been running this shift ever since. The body is still falling. My watch face glowed in the darkness. 2:12 a.m. The radio on my belt crackled to life and my own voice whispered through the static. 2 minutes left. I run 2:13 a.m. My boots tear through snow toward the base lodge. The radio still crackles in my hand. My voice leaking from its speaker. I fell. I'm still falling. The lodge sits 50 yards downslope, so close. But the snow pulls against each step like wet cement. My legs pump harder. The distance doesn't shrink. Above me the cable shrieks. Metal on metal. A sound that vibrates through my teeth, my ribs, my skull. I've heard machinery groan before, bearings wearing thin, bolts shearing loose. This is different. This is the mountain tearing itself apart. I stop running. What's the point? You can't outrun your own death. The cable screams louder, a piercing wail that splits the frozen air. I look up and watch the steel line whip sideways. Sparks fountain from the support tower. The smell of scorched metal floods my nose, sharp, acrid, wrong. Chair 34 plummets past me, empty, swinging on its broken coupling. It tumbles end over end, the safety bar flapping like a broken wing. I watch it fall, watch it disappear into the darkness below. No impact sound follows, just silence. Then my stomach lurches. Oh, I'm weightless. The snow is gone. The lodge is gone. There's nothing beneath my boots but black air. My arms pinwheel. My lungs suck in cold that burns. The ground rushes up. White slope, dark trees, the maintenance shed's rusted roof. 2:14 a.m. Impact. My vision shatters into fragments. Pain everywhere and nowhere. I try to scream, but my lungs are collapsed. My ribs are splinters. My darkness. Complete, total, the kind of dark that erases thought. Then, a hum, familiar, mechanical. The lift motor turning over, starting its cycle. And I'm still here. I woke to cold metal pressing into my spine. Chair 34, swaying upward through darkness. The cable ground overhead. That familiar rhythm I knew better than my own heartbeat. My breath fogged the air, slow and steady, as if I'd never stopped breathing. But I remembered the impact, the way my ribs had shattered like ice, the taste of blood flooding my throat. The absolute obliteration of static burst from the radio clipped to the safety bar. My radio, the one I'd found at the top station hours ago, or years ago. My hands trembled as I lifted my wrist. The watch glowed. 10:03 p.m. 10 p.m. The beginning. I leaned over the bar and stared down at the slope below. Pine trees cast skeletal shadows across white snow. No body lay crumpled near the maintenance shed. No blood spray. No torn fabric caught on branches. Just pristine powder glittering under starlight like nothing had ever touched it, like I'd never fallen. The radio crackled again. Stop running the lift. My own voice, distant and hollow. I fell from chair 34 3 years ago. At 2:14 a.m. I land. I pressed my palm against the seat. Cold vinyl. No warmth. No ghost riding beside me this time. Only me. I am still falling. The chair crested the first rise. Summit Ridge stretched ahead. 11,000 feet of frozen silence. The motor hummed its endless cycle. 4 hours until 2:14 a.m. 4 hours until I would run and fall and wake here again. How many times had I already lived this night? The radio hung from the bar, red power light glowing. I reached for it, hesitated. Could I stop the lift, derail the cycle somehow? Or was I the machine now, trapped in gears I'd been grinding for years, a ghost operating my own